and Enzo Uhlengwane in 7th, Liam De Beer in 8th, and rounding up the field for the Bambinos is Kian Pillay. And you have your Bambinos lining up and getting ready for the start of the day's racing. Just about done with the final turn and going down the start finish straight. Everybody within the tram lines and ready to get things underway. It's lights on for the Bambinos, heat 1, and away they go. Everybody squeezing, everyone trying to go as wide as possible to get the optimal line going down the inside. Alonso Tavares lost out quite a bit there. Looks like he lost 1 place and the order switched up just that much. But everyone makes it out of turn 1 safely. Smart racing there from Caleb Lingerveld, maintaining the lead just as he would want to. Now going down to pit corner, let's see if there were any casualties from that difficult test that is the tunnel. And immediately you can see the front runners opening up a significant gap. So something down into turn 2 I think must have happened to throw a couple of our contenders off there. But we still have Caleb Lingerveld out in the lead, comfortably so. Caleb has to watch out for a move down on the outside, but he's well defended there. And Roddy Harris trying to give Caleb a bit of trouble, going down the inside, having a look. Is he going to commit? No, not as yet. But Caleb definitely knows that Roddy is around. In the meantime, Alonso de Oliveira has to worry about Sebastian Shuttleworth. De Oliveira going defensive on the inside, going down into turn 2. Oh, Shuttleworth switches up on De Oliveira and goes down the inside, going into the tunnel. Smooth move there. De Oliveira lost about a kart length or so, and he's sitting in 4th as it stands. But comfortably in the lead so far, Caleb Lingerveld. What? Taking the lead from Caleb Lingerveld. Caleb, having fallen away significantly, is going to have to work his way back up and get what is his. To be fair, there wasn't much in between a lot of these Bambinos, hardly a 10th or so in between 1st and 2nd when it came to qualifying times. And down the inside goes he is a man on a mission, back in 2nd place. And he's just ahead of Sebastian Shuttleworth, who definitely won't let him go that easily with that bright, luminous yellow helmet. Liam De Beer looks like he's having a bit of trouble. He's peeling off to the right just before turn 2. I don't know if he's going to come to a halt or not. He is continuing. That is kart number 24 rather. Sebastian Shuttleworth trying his best to reel in De Oliveira, but going out the double right and up the hill, De Oliveira looks in good position and seems to have gained about half a kart length or so, so he had a very good run up the hill there. Bambinos seem to be in good rhythm so far, but there's a bit of a battle in the mid-pack forming. Now I wonder if Aston Verheul is going to be able to make much of that, but for the time being it looks like he's going to have to work a lot harder. Roddy Harris absolutely disappearing into the distance. Now I wonder if De Oliveira is going to be able to pull him in, but the gap at the moment it looks insurmountable. Just for the time being. Anything can happen though. Shuttleworth seems to have a bit more of a gap open now, and he's secured himself 3rd place. Nothing yet to worry about right behind him, but his immediate focus is going to be catching up to De Oliveira in 2nd place. Verheul may have to look on his inside going down into turn 2 because Russell Josephat is looking very racy. And both Russell as well as Verheul have reeled in Shuttleworth. So twice the problems he had as compared to a lap ago. Late on the brakes. Late on the brakes goes for Rail. Ooh, Shuttleworth has to be very careful going down to the double right. It looks like Rail has found a gap there, and side by side going up the hill and over the bridge. Smooth racing there, very well done and very well executed by Verheil. Managing to get past Shuttleworth, and by the time they get down to the start finish, it's going to be him in the lead in third place ahead of Shuttleworth. And now Shuttleworth is the meat in the sandwich and has to worry about not only catching back up with Verheil, but defending Russell Josephat, who's looked quite aggressive over the past couple of laps. Josephat has a look, but thinks better of it, going down into turn 2. Fastest man on the circuit in the 59s is Caleb Lingefeld in 6th place. That, of course, was our pole sitter. Tells you his intent as he sits from 6th at the moment. De Oliveira has Verheil to worry about this time. A kart length in between the two of them, and he should ask Shuttleworth a thing or two about how Verheil operates. Any gap given, he's definitely going to take it. Verheil has a look, side by side going down into turn 1. Thinks better of it. Didn't want to break that late. But coming out, it looks like Verheil has a decent run and did a switch up on De Oliveira, but going down the outside of turn 2 is a brave thing. And he thinks rather maybe look for an opportunity down into pit corner. See what happens there. De Oliveira had a very good run coming out of the pits and going up the hill. It's going to make all the difference for him. You can see that gap opening. 4 kart lengths instantly found there. Well done by him. And in the meantime, Shuttleworth has a lot of defending to do. Right behind him is Russell Josephat, as well as Caleb Lingefeld, who at any moment could pounce. We're at the 6-lap mark. 7-lap mark rather of an 8-lap race, so we're almost closing this one up for heat 1 of the Bambino class. And the dominant racer so far has been Roddy Harris. He's looked untouchable and has had nothing to worry about for all of 8 laps. The moment fastest man on the circuit with a 59.3 is Aston Verheil, making his intentions known. See, one of our Bambinos had to pull out going up the hill just before Rotax. Can't tell who that is yet, but in the meantime, someone approaching the checkered flag is Roddy Harris, making the final bit of tarmac. And it's the last corner where Roddy Harris approaches and is getting ready to collect the checkered flag. And that is heat 1 of the Bambino class for you folks. Our winner in first place, Roddy Harris. And in second, Alonso De Oliveira. In third place, Aston Verheil. And in 4th place is Caleb Lingefeld. I just wasn't sure who it was who lost out there. We're still yet to find out who fell away. It looks like it was Kian Pillay, who towards the end of the race lost out and had to park his car on the grass. And it was 2 karters actually who lost out towards the end of the race there, and they've been safely recovered by the marshals. Well, there you have it. There's your quick breakfast meal for the day's racing when it comes to the SA RMC round 1. My name is Prince Ndiweni, and I'm going to be your company for the day's racing. Once again, we have three heats to go for all of the classes, and we just covered heat 1 for the Bambino class. Up next, we have the DD2 class. I see them out, getting ready to get out onto the circuit, getting into their carts and ready to provide us with their first serving for today's racing breakfast.
When the sun goes down, the lights come on, and it's the driver's chance to shine.
The track under the lights looks really good.
Well, it's definitely a change of atmosphere. It's like everything's closer, so you just feel 10 times faster. Last night was a bit cooler, there's humidity in the air. I think the track loses a bit of grip, but the times are still pretty quick. I mean, it's all some of the best drivers in the world, so everyone here should know.
Competitors in 11 kart field that we have before us this morning. And leading that field is kart number 33, Jamie Smith. Behind him, Nick Vistanis, Jason Coetzee in third place, Bradley Liebenberg in fourth, Sebastian Boyd in fifth, Matthew Wadley in sixth place, Ethan Steer in seventh, Karabo Malimela in eighth place, and Dusan Radojevic in ninth. Olerato Sikulu 10th place, and Jordan Moodley in 11th. Talk about a case of extremes. We just went from the smallest class of karts to the largest. This is a 2-speed gearbox kart, so significant increase in speed and pace. It's about to get exciting. Last bit of tire warm-ups from your DD2 class just before we get things underway. It looks like the marshals are happy so far. And things are about to get immediately aggressive. 41.3 is the lap time Jamie Smith set. 2/10 ahead of the man side by side with him, Nick Vistanis. It's lights on and lights off for the DD2 class. Down the inside, defending aggressively is Jamie Smith. It looks like Nick Vistanis has been pushed out by Coetzee in second place now, making the jump from third. Brilliant start from Jason Coetzee there. And right behind him, it looks like Brad Liebenberg. Nick Vistanis gets his third place back. He still has a lot of defending to do there. Coetzee immediately making some progress and reeling in Jamie Smith going up the hill. Made a really good exit down out of the double right there. I beg your pardon, Nick Vistanis is not defending Brad Liebenberg. It looks like Sebastian Boyd, gonna get my lens corrected in a bit. Down the inside. Over Vistanis now, fourth place. Oh, if it rains, a pause. Immediately a switch back. Vistanis going down the inside of turn 2 and gets his place back up into third. Not wasting any time, and indeed that was Boyd that Vistanis is battling. And Boyd lost out a lot more than he would have wanted to, because it's now Brad Liebenberg right behind Nick Vistanis, and Boyd has to make up that gap. Sikudu has made significant progress considering where he started. I think it was in 10th place overall. And he now has in his sights Sebastian Boyd down the inside. Sikudu has a look, but Boyd is later on the brake. Sikudu thinks better of going down and now has to worry about, that was close. Brilliant recovery from him. Brad Liebenberg closing in on Nick Vistanis. You can definitely smell those fumes from your exhaust. Brad later on the brakes there, going down into pit corner, and has a decent run going up the hill. In the meantime, it's Jamie Smith and Jason Coetzee out in the front. Nothing in between them. Coetzee could be playing a studying game there and waiting for his opportunity to come. Has a look over his shoulder and has very little to worry about, at least for the time being. Someone has a lot to worry about is Nick Vistanis, who almost gets a feel for Brad Liebenberg's nose cone. Looking over his shoulder, going to turn 2, Brad Liebenberg down the inside of turn 2 and makes it stick. Vistanis loses 2 kart lengths in the process, having been pushed slightly wide, but no contact in between them. As you can see, significant loss there from Vistanis. I wonder what happened. It may have been more than just him going off the right racing line. Coetzee down the inside at the double right, first apex on Jamie Smith. How aggressive do you want off the right racing line? And that's Coetzee in first place, 77 ahead of 33. 33, Jamie Smith worried about Brad Liebenberg, who immediately goes down the inside at the start of the home straight. Later on the brakes is Brad Liebenberg securing second place. Can Jamie Smith answer going down into turn 2? Not as yet. Nick Verstappen now worried about Sikudu right behind him. That was so aggressive from Jason Kutsia. Incredible move at the double right. It takes a lot of courage to make that stick. You hardly see any people overtaking there. You'd swear it was the final heat and not the first. And as Jamie Smith having a look over his shoulder, seems to have lost a kart length or so, but brakes very late to try and catch back up to Brad Liebenberg. And that tricky as ever turn 2. It's very difficult to get things right there, but the momentum going out down from that little hill into the tunnel makes all the difference. Unmistakable hum of 11 DD2s going out. Jason Kutsia opening that gap as ever. Jamie Smith keeping up with Brad Liebenberg. I wonder if he's waiting for an opportunity to see where he can actually dive down the inside, but for the time being, Liebenberg has the beating of Jamie Smith, and he won't be getting that place back anytime soon. The running order so far, it's Jason Kutsia out in the lead, Brad Liebenberg in second, Jamie Smith in third, Nick Verstappen is fourth, Ulerato Sikudu in fifth place, making 5 places. And we've got Karabo Malimela in 6th place. Sebastian Boyd gaining his way back, having fallen a bit in 7th, and Dusan Radojevic in 8th place. Matthew Wadley in 9th, Ethan Steer in 10th, and Jordan Moodley in 11th. Still nothing in between Smith and Liebenberg, and even less between Sikudu. Sikudu Verstappen as well as Karabo Malimela getting his bit of the action there. Malimela down the inside of Sikudu, makes it stick at turn 2. Sikudu loses twice over now, and someone else dove down the inside along with Malimela. I think that was Sebastian Boyd. Will confirm, yes, it looks to be the case. And Sikudu may be livid with himself. They're losing 2 places all in one go. Brilliant for Malimela, sniffing blood and maximizing on the opportunity. With 7 laps across from this 15-lap heat. And there's been a switcheroo while we're paying attention to the action a bit further afield. Jamie Smith now ahead of Brad Liebenberg. So he saw fit to make it stick now rather than later. Someone disappearing into the abyss is Jason Kutsia with a 41.9, his best lap so far. But a 10th quicker than him is Jamie Smith with a 41.8. But your top 4 in the DD2 class, all within the same 10th of a second. Nothing in between. Malimela reeling in for Stannis, but he has Sebastian Boyd in tow, who is ever late on the brakes. Malimela will soon, from the 5th position, have to decide if he's defending or attacking, and Sebastian Boyd looks like he's gonna force the defense out of him. Stannis very soon has to look over his shoulder, go yep, immediately just before the bridge, has a look to see how close Malimela is. Super close is the answer, especially at the double left, the final turn. Malimela seems to have found a 10th there. He also knows he has to defend from Boyd, having a quick peek. But all 3 of those karters think better of it, something exciting coming in that battle. Jamie Smith seems to have found his stride so far, keeping Brad Liebenberg at bay. But you just never know, could be Brad hanging 10 just for a bit, waiting for his opportunity, just as Jamie Smith did a couple of laps ago. In the meantime, Sikudu has to worry about Dusan Radojevic, who's right on the rear of his kart. Turn 1 may be a scene for those two in that battle for 7th and 8th. Sikudu knows it and looks to his left shoulder. down the inside. Ooh, someone had a look. Matthew Wadley had a look down the inside of Dusan Radojevic, but hesitated and pulled back in. There's definitely a move imminent there between 7, 8, and 9. Radojevic ever closer to Siguru, but Wadley even closer to Radojevic, having looked like a bit of a rub there going up the hill at Rotax corner. But after the double right, the three are still in formation. Malimela even closer to Nick Vistanis. Malimela seems to be finding something at the end of the circuit, at the final 2 corners. But Vistanis seems to have the grunt going down the straight, and he opens up that 1 or 1.5 kart length gap between the 2 karters. Jamie Smith stretching his legs ahead of Liebenberg. It's about 5 kart lengths now. And he's still the standard bearer, 41.80, even faster than before. Brad Liebenberg is also in the 41.8, but we've got 1,000th or so of a second between them. Clock is counting down. We are 13 laps across of this 15 heat race. And any moment now we could see some of the most aggressive racing we've had thus far. And I suspect that battle for 7, 8, and 9 is going to be the place for it. Vistanis already made that move and secured himself a place ahead of Malimela, but Malimela is trying his best to get in. Trying his best to keep Boyd at bay and get ahead of Vistanis. Jason Kutsia, the fruits of his aggressive labor earlier on paying off, as he has 0 to worry about. His closest competitor is 1.5 seconds adrift. And it looks like Jamie Smith has secured himself that second place. The battle was heating up between himself and Brad Liebenberg earlier on a couple of laps ago, but he seems to have had more of the pace between the 2 Burrells. Closing up Heat 1 for the DD2 class is Jason Kutsia in emphatic fashion in first place, and second place behind him is Jamie Smith. In third, Brad Liebenberg, and Nick Vistanis well defended in fourth place. Karabo Malimela well forward for him to get up to fifth. Sebastian Boyd in sixth place, Ulerato Sikulu in seventh, Matthew Wadley in eighth place, and Dusan Radojevic in 9th. Ethan Steer and Jordan Moody wrap up in 10th and 11th. Well, DD2 always promises and goes ahead and delivers. Fantastic bit of racing. Next up, we have the Minimax class. It is a 12 lap heat, and we're definitely looking forward to some of the action we have here. The younger classes are usually the most exciting, and Minimax always delivers, so stay tuned. So we have a total of 2 attempts at the start, and the third is coming up for the Minimaxes. Well, we can do a bit of housekeeping while we wait for the third attempt. You, of course, can catch us live on YouTube, on the Rotax Max Challenge YouTube channel, and get a bit of the action on our live stream. We're going to be streaming all day long. Join us in the comment section on social media. Share what's going on today's action. Invite some people coming over. I see we have a splatter of some of our Mozambican contingent who have come and joined us today for the national. Welcome to you. And take 3 of the start for the Minimax class is underway. If you've just joined us live on YouTube. Now leading the pack, of course, is the Gazoo Racing Minimax kart of Tsepang Shisinoana, who set a scintillating 45.9 lap time to earn himself the whole shot. Let's see if he can keep it. This is one of the most competitive classes. And I hate to preempt anything, but they definitely will provide. Well, considering that we've had 2 starts, this is more crawling than the previous 2. Let's see if the marshals will be happy with this one. Take 3 of the start for the Minimax class. It's lights on, everybody down the start finish. And it's lights off, the marshals are happy. Shisinoana down the inside, a couple of aggressive moves also down the inside. I think that was Darrell Goodman, fantastic from him. He's already looking to over his shoulder in about 3rd place. It looks like Goodman is brilliant.
Also down the inside, I think that was Darrell Goodman, fantastic.
In places. Shisinoana finding breathing room already, going out of pit corner and going up the hill. Goodman comfortably in 3rd now. Definitely have to get an action replay of that move for him to get up to 3rd place. Brody Dowling right behind him. And Dowling looks to have a lot of pace. Down the inside of Goodman goes Dowling at the double left and secures and makes it stick. Will Goodman answer back? He wants that 3rd place back. He's in 4th now. Thinks rather not to do so. Max Boshoff watching the action from short distance in 5th place. Ronaldo Kuhn a bit further off in 6th. Shisinoana seems to have lost out a bit there coming out of the tunnel and going to pit corner. Because Rafael de Salsa seems to have reeled him in slightly. Let's see if going up the hill he has a bit more grunt. And Rafael de Salsa doesn't seem to have it yet, but maybe lining something up over the next couple of laps. But in the meantime, it looks like Darrell Goodman has lost out and is back in 4th place, with Brody Dowling having made significant strides ahead of him. And Goodman doesn't yet have the answers to that. So the aggression really paid off there, but let's see if the genuine pace can get him a better position for the duration of the race. We're looking at 12 laps in total for this heat, and we're in lap 2 so far. And we've already seen a bit of rubbing and racing. Brody Dowling looks in a very good position to secure 2nd there if he gets close enough to De Salsa. That front 3 just concertinas back and forth as they go over our turn 1. Darrell Goodman may have some defending to do going down into turn 2, because Max Boshoff is right behind him. Has a look, but saves it for a bit later. Darrell Goodman can breathe for now. Very good run up the hill there for Max Boshoff. He looks to have just a tad bit more torque. Clips a curb there at the double right, but it didn't seem to pay the price for it. It seems to have helped him even. Going into double left, he seems to have bit less distance in between him and Goodman. In the meantime, Sisinwana has to defend from DeSalsa. Can he later on the brakes? He does, but there was very little left into it. Very good defending there from Sisinwana. In the meantime, Brody Dowling is probably going to pick up the scraps from that battle. He seems to be waiting for something to materialize for him. Oh, Sisinwana's turbo must have kicked in out of the tunnel there. Look at how much of a distance is between him and DeSalsa. But DeSalsa makes it all up, going up the hill and out of the double right. Durrell Goodman again has Boshoff to worry about, going to the double left. Boshoff down the inside on the double left. Durrell Goodman backs off, tries to do a switchback, but doesn't commit to it and concedes his fate, having to settle for 5th place behind Max Boshoff. But it's not over. Boshoff going defensive on the inside, looking over. Durrell tried to go into a non-existent space at that point. Very little space given to him by Boshoff, defending very well there. So Goodman had to settle for 5th for the time being. 46.2 is the fastest lap we have on the circuit so far. And surprise, surprise, it comes from Rafael de Sousa, who is in the toe of Tebang Sisinwana. Brody Dowling has fallen into the distance there. His VIP seat and a front row seat to the battle of the class so far seems to have gone down into the distance, but he doesn't really have to worry much because Max Boshoff, who's behind him, is about 3.5 seconds adrift. So at least for now, if he keeps turning in those same lap times, at the moment his pace is in the 46.8 range. If he just keeps it right there, he can stay there or thereabouts to secure himself a podium. Oh, Sisinwana, I can barely breathe at the moment with the Salsa closing in even more, and especially in the tighter section of the circuit. It seems like it's the straights that are making the difference for Sisinwana for the time being. But it seems to matter not for now for DeSalsa, because he stuck right to him going into turn 1. They're literally on the same braking point. And as ever, Brody Dowling trailing from afar. But in the meantime, the running order from 4th onwards: Max Boshoff in 4th, Durrell Goodman in 5th place, Ron Martin 6th, Ronaldo Koen in 7th, Keon Reddy in 8th, Michael Dax in 9th place, Callum Dutoy in 10th. Behind him is Ashan Reddy in 11th, Andre Betancourt Jr. in 12th place, Aiden Beaumont in 13th, and Zach Hindley in 14th place. Ryan Falconer in 15th, Michael Arda in 16th, Zach McCauley in 17th, and Zaidan Hussein in 18th. Lars Shumatebula in 19th, and Koketon Ndlovu closing up the field in 20th. So we've had 2 casualties so far, and that was Christian Naidu and Matthew Naidu, as we had a total of 22 carts, but we only have 20 showing on the grid now, make that 19. With looks like Koketon Ndlovu was falling away for some reason. We get confirmation as to whether or not it's a timing error on my screen, or the actual fact that I do see, I think that's the 518 card, the 519 card. Yes, 518 of Christian Naidu, I see that, the double right. And we've also got someone who just came away. Yep, that was Koketon Ndlovu, who fell away just after the double left for the home straight. He's been safely guided by the marshal there off the circuit. In the meantime, while we're paying attention to that, the Salsa took himself 1st place ahead of Sisinwana, and now invited Brody Dowling to get a bit of the action there. It's far from over. We're 9 laps across from the 12 lapper. There's plenty of opportunity for Sisinwana to answer back, or for Brody Dowling to do away with both of those carts ahead of him. The tighter section has made all the difference for DeSalsa so far, and it seems to continue to do so as far as his torque coming out of these tighter sections is concerned. Brody Dowling trying to get as much straight line pace as he can, tucking his head down to be as streamlined as possible and aerodynamic as possible. Will it pay off as the clock continues to count down to the end of this race? 10 laps of 12 so far. fastest man on the circuit. 46.2 is his best lap. That is Rafael de Sousa in front of the pack. His last lap is a 10th ahead of Tebang Shisinwana, which is exactly what you want. You want to be significantly faster than the people following you, and you don't want them gaining off the slipstream and tow that you're giving them. Switcheroo, bit of a battle side by side there, going down to the start finish. De Sousa spinning as much as he can from Brody Darling down the inside of Shisinwana, rubbing some paint there with De Sousa, but De Sousa searching his authority on turn 1 and going down to turn 2. Shisinwana trying to have a look on Darling, but Darling is making sure that second place is his. 2 consecutive corners of aggressive defending. Shisinwana down the inside of Darling at pit corner. Does he have the grunt going up the hill to defend that position? Because Darling is definitely going to attack. No space at the double right. Will it be the double left? Over the hill there goes as De Sousa gets some breathing room for him to collect the checkered flag for the Minimax class. And that is your winner for the morning's first heat in the Minimax class, Rafael De Sousa. Congratulations to you. In second place, Tebang Shisinwana. Fourth off, Brody Dowling in third. Max Boshoff in fourth place with Juan Marat in fifth. Darrell Goodman in sixth place, 1 place ahead of where he started. Very aggressive start from him, and it seems to have paid off at least. We also have Keon Reddy in 7th place, Ronaldo Poon in 8th, Michael Dax in 9th place, Callum DeToy in 10th, Sean Reddy in 11th, Aidan Beaumont in 12th, Andre Bettencourt Jr. in 13th, Zach Hindley in 14th, Ryan Falconer 15th place, Zach Macaulay in 16th, Michael Arda in 17th, and Zaidan Hussein in 18th, and Lashma Tebula in 19th place. Wrapping up the field, we lost 3 karters, and that was Buketo Njobu, Christian Naidu, as well as Matthew Naidu, who could not finish the race. That was the Minimax class. Did it not deliver as I said? Looking forward to the other 2 heats for this class, the younger of the karters that we have out on the circuit today. I see the next group of competitors lining up to get things underway. And here come the senior maxes, 500ths of a second. That's what's between Holman and Swart. Wilson biding his time. Speaking of time, there's nothing but time in between Wilson as well as Dalutz in 4th place behind him. It's Naidu and Goodman at the moment involved in an enthralling battle. Almost making eye contact at some points of the circuit. Up the hill, Naidu doesn't seem to have as much grunt as Goodman. Late on the brakes is Naidu at the double right. But in the meantime, it's Ken Swartz looking over his shoulder. John Wilson is not as close as he might think. And that's some perspective for you, just how far off Wally is from Ken Swartz. Around that tricky corner goes Dalutz going into the tunnel. And coming out of it, he's trying to find as much pace as possible so he can catch up and reel in John Wilson as well as Ken Swartz. But they're just in a world of their own, relatively so. And we're 10 laps across this 15-lap heat. With Wilson trying to will his kart along to catch up to Ken Swartz. And you can tell he really is trying to unlock what that code is for him to lessen that gap between the two of them. At the moment, it looks like, yep, 6/10ths of a second. Something about that double right that seems to be benefiting John Wilson as far as I've seen. You can see him trying to urge his kart along physically, manually trying to push it even further than he can, give it 1 or 2 horsepower himself. Going up the hill might have made a difference. He seems to have found a kart length under braking. But it's Naidu who's opened some daylight between himself and Goodman going down the home straight. There was a really exciting battle between the two of them for 2 or 3 laps. But Goodman lost out eventually. Muhammad Wali has a lot of breathing room between him and Ken Swartz. We've yet to get them within the same frame for a couple of laps now. It's interesting to watch the body language of these karters as they make their way around the circuit. Hardly any movement. You can see their hands stable as ever around certain parts of the circuit, and it seems to be making all the difference as far as lap time is concerned. If you're fighting your kart, you're definitely shaving off time. And Mauro Dalutz, you can see his body, his tall, lanky figure swaying over, going out of turn 2 and going around into pit corner and going up the hill. Ken Swartz getting a bit more rotation with his kart going out of the double right and up the hill. And you can instantly see the difference that made, and John Wilson rather still not being able to find the answer to get to Swartz. And he knows he doesn't have much time because we're on the final lap. Wally in dominant fashion closing up what remains of the race so far. It has been the picture of composure for Heat 1. Immediately did what he needed to do from the first turn and secured the whole shot and went into the distance to secure himself the win for Heat 1 of Senior Max Racing for today's racing. And in second place is Ken Swartz. In third, John Wilson tried his best to keep up with Swartz ahead of him. Mauro Dalutz, quite a lonely race for him in fourth place. Didn't have much to do. Some would say that's a good thing. Divya Naidu fought off Roshan Goodman for a couple of laps and secured himself fifth place. And Goodman in sixth, with Michael Zadenholt in seventh. Nilan Marks in eighth place. Kanyang Gwenya in ninth. Eventually lost out to Marks as well as Zadenholt. Cole Hewitson in 10th. Brandon van der Walt meets the checkered flag at 11th. And Charles Visser in 12th. Luca Verli wraps up the remainder of the class in 13th place. We had a total of 16 cards when we started, but a couple of cards fell away. Liam Palome, Nzalo Khoza, and Kian Spies succumbing to the intensity excitement of today's racing. That was Senior Max, and that's what they had to offer for Heat 1. Stay tuned for Heat 2 a lot later on the day after our lunch break. In the meantime, the racing continues in a few. Testing 1, 2. Now for the first time today are the Junior Maxes. Getting ready for vying it out for Rotax Max Challenge Honors. Quite an exciting class we have ahead of us so far. Coleman is Mr. Marshall. It's William Marshall ahead of Keegan Martin. Keegan Beaumont in third place, Luke Hill in fourth. Georgia Lanitz in fifth place, Gianna Pasquale. Amani Kinua and Spice Mailula bringing up the field there behind them. Emma Dowling, Jordan Wadley, Kristen Pereil, Jesse Swart and Anwil April wraps up the field. It's lights on for the Junior Maxes. Heat 1 for this class. Marshals are not happy. See, all the carters will raise their right hand to signal to everyone that this is not the official start, as somebody breached the start formation sequence there. So we're going to have a second go with the Junior Maxes, and it'll give us a chance to run through how they earned themselves their positions for today's racing, at least as far as the first race is concerned. And you see the Junior Maxes snaking their way up the hill at the double right, and again, the slow motion that you have with the formation lap gives you perspective as just how little space there is for these karters to navigate around that particular circuit. So overtaking moves around the double right and up this hill take a lot of courage, aggression, and skill. But Keegan Martin got himself pole position with a 42.3, 1/10 rather, almost 2/10 ahead of Georgia Lanitz behind him. And it's lights on. Lights off for the Junior Maxes. Down in turn 1 they go. And Martin has to defend aggressively there and secures himself the whole shot, and going down to turn 2. Gonna have a bit of a mix up now, and the chop and the change. The positions are not exactly secure. Something seems to have happened down the inside. Oh, rubbing there. Pasquale has to worry about the karters behind her. And Lanitz tucks in as they look over their shoulders to see what just happened there. Double left at Rotax was seen for a mess when we've got a casualty has fallen away already. A Kazoo Karting Academy racer there. But in the meantime, it's William Marshall leading the pack ahead of Keegan Martin, Jan Pasquale in third, and Georgia Lanitz in fourth place. Keegan Beaumont in fifth. Luke Hill behind in sixth place. It's like William Marshall trying his best to open a gap between himself and Keegan Martin, who's using the toe to the maximum ability. It makes all the difference. But as Pasquale now has worries behind her in the form of Georgia Lanitz at the double right. He's very close and seems to have the pace to commit to a move. Has a look down the inside at the double left. Ooh, a tap there from Pasquale on Lanitz. Lanitz had made a move and committed, but it seemed didn't have the grunt to come out of the double left fast enough ahead of Pasquale. She ended up tapping the rear bumper there. We have a live action replay, of course, on our stream. And there it is. Looks like twice they made contact. Lannet's able to recover and get going again. But all is lost as far as the battle for that position is concerned, because for now, Pascal leads a long train of karters behind her. Got a battle there between Hill and a lot of the mid-pack karters. Keegan Martin rather, setting what was the fastest lap, and William Marshall quickly changed that with 42.7 just as they went across the start-finish. Pascal has to worry about defending from Beaumont. She definitely does, going narrow as possible going down to turn 2. Beaumont has to think again about where he's either going to attack Pascal or defend from Quinoa right behind him. Quinoa has a look down the inside of pit corner and secures, makes it stick. Does he have enough momentum going up the hill? Beaumont says no, because he seems to have made a little bit of contact there. That's just your standard issue kart race. Quinoa tries to see how far ahead he is of Beaumont. And William Marshall knows how little ahead he is of Keegan Martin, as both of them make their way across turn 1. Marshall looking over his shoulder, wants to see when Martin is going to commit to that move. Just not yet. Too soon maybe. 4 laps across of a 15 lapper. Quinoa now leads the train. That is trying to catch Gianna Pasquale going down into the tunnel. Quinoa with 4 or 5 karters in tow of him there. And he's going to have to make sure Keegan Beaumont does not see an opportunity, because as soon as he does, he may lose more than just 1 position. At the moment, 4th place seems to be firmly his. And right behind Beaumont is Spice Mailula. He's going to try his best. Oh, having a look is Beaumont down the inside of Quinoa. They make a bit of contact. Beaumont makes it stick. But all things nice with Spice, as he takes 6th place from that melee at turn 1. Keeping your kart stable around turn 1 pays off, especially when so many karters are there and opportunities form at any moment. Spice now leads the pack, but Beaumont is going to want his place back. Makes contact with Spice and brings, oh, look, a switcheroo. Beaumont loses out more than he would have wanted to. It looks like John O'Wadley maximized on that. Down the inside at the double right. I must say I've preempted a lot of the overtakes at the double right. You hardly see them. The karters are committing today. John O'Wadley says, down the inside goes Hill of Wadley. And Wadley losing out, having said, let's focus on getting ahead. I don't think so, says Luke Hill. Comfortable lead for Martin as well as Marshall out in front. Wadley now might have to worry a bit about Rail right behind him before he can even catch up to Hill. Gianna Pasquale has a lot of breathing room. She's about to close up and get ready for starting lap 8 of 15. Beaumont has breathing room from Hill. Wadley seems troubled by the fact that not only does Hill have a chance if he should commit, but Amani Quinoa might be able to capitalize off that as well. Ooh, lonely race, it seems, for Gianna Pasquale. No one close ahead, no one close behind. Some would say it's a good thing. Quinoa now has to try and get ahead of Georgia Leonard. And we've got Keegan Martin out ahead of William Marshall so far. Two karts also between the two of them. Fastest lady on the circuit, fastest karter on the circuit. Gianna Pasquale, 42.6. So it does pay off to have that much space and breathing room to focus on punching in those lap times. Oh, someone lost it. Someone went Ori there. Looks like Martin lost it a bit at the right-hander. Very rough bit of patch of karting circuit there, and it may pay off for Marshall to be as close as he was, because you can see once they have a look, Martin knows it, so defends profusely. Marshall trying his best to get ahead of Martin, nothing in between. Down into the tunnel goes Pasquale. Again, fastest Carter on the circuit so far with the 42.6. The time away from Carter's ahead and behind is paying off for her. Not so much for Martin and Marshall as they're shaving time from each other and possibly giving Joanna a chance to catch up to them. We'll see. It is a significant gap they have, but you never know. In the meantime, Lannert and Ferreil now side by side there at the double right. Ferreil made it difficult. Ooh, down the inside. Got a side by side between Martin and Marshall. Oh, wide. Wide goes Marshall there. Lost out. And Pasquale ready to capitalize. Did I preempt that? Marshall losing out significantly. Is something wrong, or is it him trying to recover? Because he's fallen away quite a bit and seems to be wrestling his car to get it to respond to him as he would like. In the meantime, Gianna Pasquale's work has paid off. Past couple of laps that she's put in has earned her second place and podium position. Keegan Beaumont now in with a shot to get third place as we enter the 11 lap mark. Keegan Beaumont in a battle with Marshall. I wonder if he's going to commit to something very soon, because he's still very close to Marshall in that battle for third and fourth. Third and fourth rather. Still nothing between Beaumont and Marshall going up the hill. Luke Hill in tow for those two, so he may be able to capitalize on something that materializes. We're approaching the 12th lap mark at the moment. Pasquale, as ever, the picture of composure so far, and seems to be reeling in Martin, and remains the fastest Carter on the circuit, so this may pay off in a couple of laps. Beaumont trying his best to get the best of Marshall. Pasquale and Martin are in the same frame now. That means she's increasing the pace, and in a couple of laps may have something to say to him. In the meantime, a lot of defending is demanded of Marshall from Beaumont right behind him. Martin rightly so looking over his shoulder, because there is something coming. It is the war cart of Gianna Pasquale. Keegan Beaumont doesn't seem to have answers yet to Marshall's defense. And Luke Hill is somewhat subdued in the 5th place there. Very late on the brakes goes Beaumont out of pit corner. And seems to have paid off for him going up the hill. Micro gaps opening up for Beaumont ahead of him there. In the final lap beginning rather of the race. Still nothing for Beaumont, trying his best to get himself into that podium position. And Marshall defending with all he has. Another stonker of a lap. Gianna Pasquale with a 42.5. This is a bid for first place if I've ever seen one. Plenty distance in between Martin and Pasquale if he does things right. He's looking over his shoulder rightly, so he should have been worried. But it may have come all too late for Pasquale. We'll see it in Heat 2, because Heat 1 goes to Keegan Martin in first place for the Junior Max class. Well fought Gianna Pasquale, getting herself a second place there. William Marshall in third, having to defend for the majority of the remainder of the race. From Keegan Beaumont in fourth. Luke Hill in fifth place. Amani Kinyo in sixth. Georgia Lannert in 7th place, having lost out with a bit of an incident there at the final turn. Jordan Wadey in 8th place, Spice Mailula 9th place, and Christian Ferreil in 10th. Jesse Swart in 11th, and Unwill April wraps up the field with 12th. Emma Darling having fallen away from the class. And that was your Junior Max racing for the morning. Some promising stuff going into the rest of the day's racing. I'm really looking forward to it. But next up, we have the DD2 Masters, and we don't call them Masters for no reason. Stay tuned. Masters. Now, a familiar name for a lot of you karters who've been around for a bit. Cristiano Morgado in pole position for today's Masters race. Jonathan Pieterse in second. Christian Boucher in third. Bjorn Roos in fourth. Jared Jordan in fifth place. Llewellyn Sutherland in sixth. Justin Rogers in seventh. Grant Veenstra in eighth. Roy Kruger in ninth. And Michael Jordan, well, there's pressure for greatness in terms of namesakes, in 10th place. Just a tenth of a second between Morgado and Pieterse. Morgado got himself a 42.3. Pieterse with a 42.4 to earn himself that second place. Behind him a 42.5 brought forward by Christian Boucher. Of course, the race pace may be slightly different unless it's just one of those pacey races, but this is heat 1 for the DD2 Masters for the day's racing. It's lights on. Lights off for the DD2 Masters immediately. Morgado has to defend. It's not an easy task, but you're all squeezing Bjorn Roos, getting a bit of paint on his left and his right. Looking over his shoulder to see exactly where he's at in the running order for the time being. It's going to switch up for a bit. Lap 1 is always busy. Bjorn Roos securing himself the inside of turn 2 there. And Morgado trying to stretch his legs as much as possible to get some breathing room from Pieterse as well as Boucher. And breathing room he has. Bjorn Roos seems to have gotten his composure from some of the argy-bargy we saw from the establishment of the first lap. Now things seem to be in a bit more order now. But officially the order is Morgado, Boucher, and then Pieterse in third, Veenstra in fourth. Immediately Morgado's asserting his authority. And Boucher definitely knows he does not have it easy for the duration of this race. It's going to be a 12-lapper. Down the inside goes Roos at the pit corner there. Sneaking in at into a very tight space. And he's going to try and reel in Veenstra, who's in fourth place. It looks like Roos is immediately trying to establish a way to get into that podium position sooner rather than later. For the time being, he's got Veenstra and Boucher to fight past in order to secure that. Has a look down the inside of Veenstra at turn 2, does Roos. Veenstra is not going to have any time to relax for the duration of the race, you can already tell. And the Masters snake their way around the double right. Roos seems to have gained a bit of pace there to reel in Veenstra. A move is definitely imminent down the inside. I just got a shot of Roos going inside on the double left of Veenstra, and he made it stick, and he's got himself fourth place just before the resetting of the lap timer. Veenstra may have to shake off Justin Rogers right behind him not too long from now. Morgado is nowhere to be seen, and in a good way. It's quite far ahead of the competitors behind him. 2-second gap we have so far. Veenstra seems to have gotten a good run up the hill ahead of Rogers. Bjorn Roos has been very aggressive from the start. Fell away slightly at the beginning, but has had to fight his way back up. Given no choice. Very, very late braking from Jared Jordan there. He went a bit awry and he wasn't able to make it stick. Down through the tunnel they go. Jonathan Pieterse has opened up the gap a bit to Christian Boucher. But Boucher seems to have a better run going up the hill and closes in. And someone who's closing in even more is Bjorn Roos. Not too long from now, Boucher may have to do some defending to get a shot and some perspective of just how far ahead Morgado is. But Bjorn Roos is getting later and later on his brakes. Veenstra since having lost out to Roos, relatively untroubled in 5th place. A lot of speed carried out of pit corner there by Bjorn Roos, and it's paid off because he's reeled in Boucher ahead of him. It's nose cone to bumper now, going out of the double right and over the bridge. There's a move imminent. Boucher better be ready to defend. Let's see what happens down the home straight. Nothing yet. Jonathan Pieterse should look over his shoulder. There's two very fast DD2 Masters are right behind him. They're all within the same tenth or so of a second as it stands. It's hard to pick them apart. Something that seems to be Boucher's saving grace when it comes to the circuit, because around the more technical stuff, Bjorn Roos seems to be reeling him in. It's even more so up the hill. So far, Grant Veenstra has some breathing room from the karters immediately behind him, that is Rogers and Jordan. Down the inside goes Roos and makes it stick ahead of Boucher. And Pieterse confirming, looking over his shoulder and seeing it actually did happen. It's very late on the brakes, but also fair racing. Plenty of room given there by Boucher. Now Pieterse being aware that Roos is right behind him. Let's see what that turns into. Doesn't seem like the battle between Veenstra and Rogers has reached boiling point just yet. We'll wait. We've got three laps rather, remaining for us to see what happens. In the meantime, Pieterse by now surely can hear Bjorn Roos changing gears right behind him. A bright orange and black CRG getting very close to Pieterse. Now just a tenth of a second between Roos and Pieterse. Again, that uphill speed paying off for Roos. Veenstra looking a little bit unstable going over the double left. Wonder if it was just that one moment or it's a characteristic of the way he's navigating Zwartkops at the moment. Pieterse knows Roos is right behind him and has to defend soon. And Roos is never shy to break late. .42.4, fastest man on the circuit, Cristiano Morgado. And Jonathan Pieterse, 3/10 adrift from that time. Roos down the inside of pit corner. Nicely done. He is not shy to commit there. Pieterse will have to answer back very soon because that window to the end of the race is closing. He's immediately falling away, and that uphill speed that Roos seems to have over his competitors paying off immediately. You can see that's exactly why he wanted to secure that move at pit corner as opposed to later on. Alright, let's see what Roos's lap times turn into. For the time being, he's a tenth off the lap time that we've seen being the fastest, that of Cristiano Morgado with a 42.4, Roos with a 42.5. But the gap, physical gap between them is nothing near a 10. 4.5 seconds in between Morgado and Bjorn Roos. Now, as much as Roos has secured himself that second place, he hasn't necessarily disappeared from Pieterse as well as Boucher behind him, which might move down the inside late. Signature late move there from Jared Jordan down the inside, turn 1. And Veenstra ruining the opportunities that he gave to the karters ahead of him because he's paying the price now, having lost out and going down another position. Boucher looking a bit shaky there just before the double right. And some would argue it's nothing but shaky at that part of the circuit. But our winner for the day, well fought from start to finish, is Cristiano Morgado in first place, and in second was Bjorn Roos. In third, Jonathan Pieterse towards the end losing out to Bjorn Roos, who fought very well and aggressively to take that from him. Christian Boucher in 4th place, fell away gradually from his 2nd starting position. Justin Rogers in 6th place, Grant Veenstra also casualty of some of the action that we saw, falling back to 6th place. Jared Jordan, some aggressive and late braking from him in 7th. Llewellyn Sutherland in 8th place, and Roy Brewer, as well as Michael Jordan, bring up the top 10. That is 10 DD2 Masters Karters that we've seen, and exciting stuff. Some promising things for the day's racing. 2 more heats, of course, to go for this class. You better stay tuned. There's a lot more for you to look forward to. That's just the first rendition of what each class has to offer us. And we're going to take a short break for the time being and get back underway shortly.
When the sun goes down, the lights come on, and it's the driver's chance to shine.
The track under the lights looks really good.
Well, it's definitely a change of atmosphere. It's like everything's closer, so you just feel 10 times faster. Last night was a bit cooler, there's a humidity in the air. I think the track loses a bit of grip, but the times are still pretty quick. I mean, it's all some of the best drivers in the world, so everyone here should know how to adapt to that. Yeah, well, it's very special because you don't do that normally, and I enjoyed it a lot. I guess we feel a bit more like superstars at night time, I guess.
Calm before the storm. A new continent, a new culture, and the steepest hill in world karting to overcome and organise the most iconic image of the Rotax Grand Finals. It isn't only the drivers who must be inch perfect. Ahead of each driver lies 6 grueling days of competition. Equal equipment, equal engines. There is something different this year. As the Rotax reach grows, Brazil is truly special. The heat of the sun burns. Brazil's beauty, bewitching. Its sights and sounds, breathtaking. It is a new challenge for nearly 400 drivers. Everyone has battled all year to get here, and now they face a track carved out of the side of a mountain, designed to reward the brave, the fearless, the clever, designed to reward the best. When the cheers and waves of the crowd are left behind, it all comes down to this. Each year the grand finals gain more colour, more personality, more laughter and more bonds from nation to nation. Rivals on track, friends off it. But when the final approaches, one by one the contenders fall, until only the very best remain. Those few, those lucky few who kept their cool, held their nerve, who conquered the mountain, the reward is the title of champion. Rotax champion of the world. They celebrate, their nation celebrates, we celebrate. BRP Rotax would like to thank all their drivers, their families and official partners for making the 2018 Grand Finals a truly unforgettable experience. Thank you, Brazil, and good luck to the hosts of next year's 20th annual Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. We will see you in Sano.
So tell me, why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. When others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every tenth, every hundredth, every thousandth, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us.
Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax.
Winning is everything, but it is not the only thing. 384 champions, a rainbow of colour, hope and pride.
It changed my whole life, and there's no other event in the world like it.
I love it. It's part of my life.
Bahrain unfolds before them, a floodlit ocean of sand under an ink-black sky, a roller coaster of tarmac and emotion. Months after month they have toiled in every country, every track, in all conditions, to grasp hold of their prize, their ticket, their golden opportunity. Behind each contender, the love, the drive, the joy and heartache is shared equally. The time and sacrifice is all of ours. Each moment, each race is felt from afar, from the pits, the stands, the grid.
It put hairs on your arms, you know. It's such an emotional experience for everyone. Win, lose or draw, there's such a passion for it.
The moment arrives. Summon every sinew and go for broke. If you don't take your opportunity, a rival will. Glory, triumph, victory or defeat, all flash by like a feather blowing on the hot breeze. With every grand final, a champion is crowned, standing tall on the shoulders of us all. It sits in silence, just one of hundreds, built to be equal. Once selected, it will become unique. Lap after lap, session after session, every minute change matters, a never-ending quest. Each delicate adjustment is observed, measured, monitored. Piece by piece, the puzzle is solved. Speed, grip, hard on the brakes, turn in, make it bite. Gradually, it is molded, until finally it is ready, but not complete.
It's a really immediate kind of adrenaline buzz. Nothing has the excitement of karting. My name is George Robinson. I've been involved in karting for many, many years. Fairness and sportsmanship in karting is a very broad subject, but before Rotax Max came along, there was many different engine manufacturers competing in the same class. Rotax Max was really the first major attempt at running a one brand racing, which is what we have here today. That had changed karting completely because it meant that it was much easier to get the same baseline, a fair level of performance with an amazing level of reliability from a new product that was much more modern. It was the dream of the Rotax company to introduce this category. The Rotax Max was designed to be as much a leisure use engine as a racing engine. But what's happened throughout the world, not just in the UK, it's proven to be the most popular class worldwide. Racing is very difficult to say it's completely fair, because things happen on track that might be an incident you say isn't fair, but as far as the equipment is concerned, as far as the engines are concerned, it is the fairest it has ever been in this sport in the 50 years I've been involved.
So tell me, why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. When others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every tenth, every hundredth, every thousandth, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us.
Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax.
When I saw the karts for the first time, it was just magic. I loved my first race suit, helmet, gloves, and boots. I looked like a hero, my own superhero. And when I went on the track, I knew this was my dream. The rumble of the engines behind me, the screech of the tires around me, and I was in control of it all. I felt like the king of speed. Then I learned it would take much more to be first. But every time being second just made me strive harder for victory. Week after week, month after month, we learned, we practiced, we traveled, and we raced. We couldn't buy speed, we had to learn it. The power was always there, and it was down to us to unlock it. Every year we set out with one goal, one dream: to earn my ticket to the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Money can't buy the feeling I got when I qualified. Money can't buy the feeling we had when we knew all those years of hard work was worth it. And now I am here. I raced my way to a ticket to the most spectacular, most colorful, most unique karting event in the world. All the sacrifices were worth it for the chance to compete with the best, to finally be among the best, and to give it all I had. To hit every apex perfectly. To be the best Rotax driver in the world. To be part of this is like a crazy dream. To get to the final, to hold your flag, to hear your anthem on the podium. I have raced, I have competed, and I have won. Through all these years, I made so many friends. I became a part of the Rotax family. The noise, the color, the speed, it still makes my heart beat faster, my eyes open wider, and my desire to race get stronger. And still to this day, I feel like the king of speed.
When the sun goes down, the lights come on, and it's the driver's chance to shine.
The track under the lights looks really good.
Well, it's definitely a change of atmosphere. It's like everything's closer, so you just feel 10 times faster. Last night was a bit cooler, there's a humidity in the air. I think the track loses a bit of grip, but the times are still pretty quick. I mean, it's all some of the best drivers in the world, so everyone here should know how to adapt to that. Yeah, well, it's very special because you don't do that normally, and I enjoyed it a lot. I guess we feel a bit more like superstars at night time, I guess.
Calm before the storm. A new continent, a new culture, and the steepest hill in world karting to overcome and organise the most iconic image of the Rotax Grand Finals. It isn't only the drivers who must be inch perfect. Ahead of each driver lies 6 grueling days of competition. Equal equipment, equal engines. There is something different this year. As the Rotax reach grows, Brazil is truly special. The heat of the sun burns. Brazil's beauty, bewitching. Its sights and sounds, breathtaking. It is a new challenge for nearly 400 drivers. Everyone has battled all year to get here, and now they face a track carved out of the side of a mountain, designed to reward the brave, the fearless, the clever, designed to reward the best. When the cheers and waves of the crowd are left behind, it all comes down to this. Each year the Grand Finals gain more colour, more personality, more laughter and more bonds from nation to nation. Rivals on track, friends off it. But when the final approaches, one by one the contenders fall. until only the very best remain. Those few, those lucky few who kept their cool, held their nerve, who conquered the mountain, the reward is the title of champion. Rotax champion of the world. They celebrate, their nation celebrates, we celebrate. BRP Rotax would like to thank all their drivers, their families and official partners for making the 2018 Grand Finals a truly unforgettable experience. Thank you, Brazil, and good luck to the hosts of next year's 20th annual Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. We will see you in Sano.
So tell me, why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. When others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every tenth, every hundredth, every thousandth, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us.
Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax.
Winning is everything, but it is not the only thing. 384 champions, a rainbow of colour, hope and pride.
It changed my whole life, and there's no other event in the world like it.
I love it. It's part of my life.
Bahrain unfolds before them, a floodlit ocean of sand under an ink-black sky, a roller coaster of tarmac and emotion. Months after month they have toiled in every country, at every track, in all conditions, to grasp hold of their prize, their ticket, their golden opportunity. Behind each contender, the love, the drive, the joy and heartache is shared equally. The time and sacrifice is all of ours. Each moment, each race is felt from afar. From the pits, the stands, the grid.
It put hairs on your arms, you know. It's such an emotional experience for everyone. Win, lose or draw, there's such a passion for it.
The moment arrives. Summon every sinew and go for broke. If you don't take your opportunity, a rival will. Glory, triumph, victory or defeat, all flash by like a feather blowing on the hot breeze. With every grand final, a champion is crowned, standing tall on the shoulders of us all. It sits in silence, just one of hundreds, built to be equal. Once selected, it will become unique. Lap after lap, session after session, every minute change matters, a never-ending quest. Each delicate adjustment is observed, measured, monitored. Piece by piece, the puzzle is solved. Speed, grip, hard on the brakes, turn in, make it bite. Gradually, it is molded, until finally it is ready, but not complete.
It's a really immediate kind of adrenaline buzz. Nothing has the excitement of karting. My name is George Robinson. I've been involved in karting for many, many years. Fairness and sportsmanship in karting is a very broad subject, but before Rotax Max came along, there was many different engine manufacturers competing in the same class. Rotax Max was really the first major attempt at running a one brand racing, which is what we have here today. That had changed karting completely because it meant that it was much easier to get the same baseline, a fair level of performance with an amazing level of reliability from a new product that was much more modern. It was the dream of the Rotax company to introduce this category. The Rotax Max was designed to be as much a leisure use engine as a racing engine. But what's happened throughout the world, not just in the UK, it's proven to be the most popular class worldwide. Racing is very difficult to say it's completely fair because things happen on track that might be an incident you say isn't fair, but as far as the equipment is concerned, as far as the engines are concerned, it is the fairest it has ever been in this sport in the 50 years I've been involved.
So tell me, why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. When others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every tenth, every hundredth, every thousandth, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us.
Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax.
When I saw the karts for the first time, it was just magic. I loved my first race suit, helmet, gloves, and boots. I looked like a hero, my own superhero. And when I went on the track, I knew this was my dream. The rumble of the engines behind me, the screech of the tires around me, and I was in control of it all. I felt like the king of speed. Then I learned it would take much more to be first. But every time being second just made me strive harder for victory. Week after week, month after month, we learned, we practiced, we traveled, and we raced. We couldn't buy speed, we had to learn it. The power was always there, and it was down to us to unlock it. Every year we set out with one goal, one dream: to earn my ticket to the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Money can't buy the feeling I got when I qualified. Money can't buy the feeling we had when we knew all those years of hard work was worth it. And now I am here. I raced my way to a ticket to the most spectacular, most colorful, most unique karting event in the world. All the sacrifices were worth it for the chance to compete with the best, to finally be among the best, and to give it all I had. To hit every apex perfectly. To be the best Rotax driver in the world. To be part of this is like a crazy dream. To get to the final, to hold your flag, to hear your anthem on the podium. I have raced, I have competed, and I have won. Through all these years, I made so many friends. I became a part of the Rotax family. The noise, the color, the speed. It still makes my heart beat faster, my eyes open wider, and my desire to race get stronger. And still to this day, I feel like the king of speed.
When the sun goes down, the lights come on, and it's the driver's chance to shine.
The track under the lights looks really good.
Well, it's definitely a change of atmosphere. It's like everything's closer, so you just feel 10 times faster. Last night was a bit cooler, there's humidity in the air. I think the track loses a bit of grip, but the times are still pretty quick. I mean, it's all some of the best drivers in the world, so everyone here should know how to adapt to that. Yeah, well, it's very special because you don't do that normally, and I enjoyed it a lot. I guess we feel a bit more like superstars at night time, I guess.
Been away for a bit and we're back live again from Zwartkops Raceway in Pretoria for the RMC round 2. It's a national round, and we started with the warm-up. The heat came along for the first time around for all the classes, and we're giving it a go for the second time around. The Bambino class gets things underway again in 3 minutes time or so, and we're going to be going at it all through, no breaks this time. It's second heat and third heat for all the classes right up until 4 p.m. Right up around sunset this time. We have a lot to look forward to from the Bambino class. If you watched heat 1, you definitely want to stay tuned and see what's going on. Of course, you can join us live from our stream, from wherever you are, and share with us where you're watching from. Talk a bit with us. We see a lot of the fans hopping on and getting some comments in there. Bjorn Rose seems to have a lot of fans, and so does Jared Jordan. He was very active in the DD2 Masters class. I was excited to see him, that's for sure. See Amani Kinywa as well has got some fans. I think that's Miwaki Kamau who's watching with us. Welcome, and keep your eyes tuned to the stream. There's plenty for you to look forward to today. And someone was asking what time the Bambino race, the next Bambino race is. Well, it's starting in 2 minutes, my friend. So I hope you're glued to your screen already and you're amped for the next round of racing. It's Heat 2 starting it off with the Bambinos, and the rest of the field will be joining later on during the day. Ladies and gentlemen, we were gone for a bit and now we're back. Lunch is over. I hope everybody's gotten their refreshments in, their comfort breaks. But a lot to look forward to. Heat 2 starts off. We're kicking it off with the Bambinos for the rest of the day. No more breaks in between now. It's flat out, right up until sunset. The Bambinos, of course, provided us with the first bit of action we had in the morning. Plenty of rubbing and racing between Aston Verheil and Caleb Lingerveld, as well as Radi Harris, who impressed me quite a bit in the way he was aggressive from early on. Alonso de Oliveira, a prominent feature in Heat 1, and you better watch out for all of those names going into this race. Behind that front four is Russell Josephat, Sebastian Shuttleworth in 6th place, Liam de Beer in 7th, Kian Pile in 8th, and Enzo Kuhle Ncwane in the last position. It's lights on for the Bambinos, Heat 2. And the marshals are not happy with the start. I'm trying to gauge as to whether the Bambinos are aware about it, because I saw a flash of yellow lights there. And one of the Bambinos just spun out. I think that is Sebastian Shuttleworth, went onto the curb and he lost his positioning. But yep, we have a race on our hands. And immediately a massive lead there established by Aston Verheil. Tentative start, it seemed, from the beginning, but things will be at full pace in no time. The battle between, looks like Radi Harris and Alonso de Oliveira immediately at full pace. Definitely going to get something side by side between those two. Not too long from now, they seemed to eliminate that gap that Aston Verheil had, because Alonso de Oliveira down the inside of Verheil. Verheil then has to defend profusely and also try to get his place back. But Radi Harris is right behind him, and he may capitalize not too long from now, because you can see there's an opportunity. Sebastian Shuttleworth having to recover after spinning out on the curb. He was beached for not too long until the marshals helped him out. He's going to be a bit pissed with himself. The fastest man on the circuit so far is Alonso de Oliveira with a 1:02.09. And the time reflects his position as well, because he's got Aston Verheil in tow. But Verheil's immediate worry is defending from Radi Harris. Verheil going very tight and very narrow down inside there of the double left-hander before the home straight. And Harris is going to have to work very hard and brake as late as possible, but he opted not to. He had a look down the inside, but thought better of it, and is going to save his braking efforts for later. Russell Josephat leads the mid-pack in 4th place. Not too far behind him is Liam de Beer. And Kian Pile, as well as Enzo Kuhle Ncwane, not too far behind them either. Verheil, as well as Radi, compressing on the double right. Radi having a look on the exit. Didn't look like Verheil was too well positioned going out of the double right. And Radi capitalizing on that. Harris now has to defend profusely. As Verheil, you can see right behind Radi Harris, and you can literally feel the back of his cart. Harris down the inside, Verheil on the outside. He's going to try a switch. Just come back out. Nope, not enough momentum to do the old switcheroo there. But Harris now constantly looking over his shoulder, because Verheil is out for revenge. He needs to get his place back. He needs to get his 2nd place back. Verheil lost a bit of time going wide out on the exit of turn 2. He's going to have to recover that as soon as possible. Of course, this is an 8-lap race, and we're 3 laps across so far. To say 3.5 laps. Yeah, Verheil definitely lost out coming out of the tunnel. He's going to need a couple of laps to recover that gap. In the meantime, Alonso de Oliveira in great form, setting the best lap most recently with a 59.8. Let's see. Oh, someone just spun out over the bridge. We're going to get that in frame in a moment. But De Oliveira still in the lead with a 59.8. Still his best lap, slightly slower recently. As you can see, the marshals have their flags out just to the right of your screens if you're joining us on the live stream. De Oliveira making his way down into turn 2 with Roddy Harris later than usual on the brakes there and closing that gap between the two of them. Four and a half laps into it, with 8 laps being the mark for the end of the race. And De Oliveira has officially dominated at least more than half of the race. Ferreira is it's concerning. The pace he has, he seems to be falling back slightly. He was keeping with De Oliveira and Harris earlier on, but now it's falling away. Something is not quite right there. He's going to have to adjust himself, adjust his line, and try and find pace somewhere else. In the meantime, someone finding pace is Roddy Harris down the inside of Oliveira. Again, doesn't want to go as late on the brakes. You could see his mark, his braking mark, rushing towards him, and decided that's a bit too late. Doesn't want to risk it. He might outbrake himself. And his discipline saved De Oliveira some work to do in defending there. Fingers crossed, I would bet for De Oliveira to push as hard as he can toward the end of this race, because Roddy Harris definitely does see an opportunity. Up the hill they're going. Harris seems to have closed the gap. You can see he's got a much tighter line going into the end of the left-hander and even out of the double right. Good run up the hill for Harris there. Definitely looks close enough to have a look down at turn 1, not at the last turn. It would be too risky there. Immediately goes side by side, De Oliveira and Harris now. Harris pulling out a lot earlier than usual, deciding better of going for a move there. I wonder if he's playing, do you think he's playing a mind game with De Oliveira? Telling him I'm here. See you at the final lap. We're not quite there yet, 6.5 laps through. As Bambino snake their way through turn 2 in the tunnel. That little kink going down into the tunnel contributes a lot of momentum. You have to make sure you're stable as possible going out of that section of track. De Oliveira has a lot of Harris to worry about now because he's a lot closer to him than he was going out of the double right from the last lap. And you can bet a whole lot that Harris is lining up a move going down into turn 1 immediately again. He wants to go side by side. You think he definitely has the grunt. Later breaks Harris and secures that first place. Well done, a clean overtaking move for him ahead of De Oliveira. 7.5 laps across for our race. Brilliant move, well done and well calculated. Harris took his time there. Sebastian Shuttleworth on a recovery job for him, ahead of Enzo Uhlengwane as well as Liam de Beer. Now De Oliveira thinking, where can I find that time? I have to get my place back. Harris looking behind him to see how bad the damage is or how good the gap is. Doesn't seem like to be much of a gap. Alonso De Oliveira can see the chicken flag probably over his left shoulder and is trying to get back at Harris, but it's too late now because there it is, this chicken flag dropping for Heat 1. So Heat 2 rather of the Bambino class. In first place in number 1 is Roddy Harris, with both hands up in the air, celebrating. That was a bit tricky to do at full speed, but that was well raced from Roddy Harris, leaving it right up until the penultimate lap for him to secure first place ahead of Alonso De Oliveira. De Oliveira fought as much as he could, but there was nothing left. There was no time in it for him to get his own back. It was very well calculated by Harris there. In third place, Aston Verheil. He lost out early on in the race and couldn't quite recover to run with the front two. Caleb Lingefeld in fourth place. Russell Josephat in fifth place. And Sebastian Shuttleworth falling away, unfortunately for him. He spun out at the beginning of the race from lap 1 and couldn't quite recover. He tried his best and came back into a sixth place position. Liam de Beer in seventh. Enzo Uhlengwane in eighth. And Kian Pile wrapping up field, but he of course pulled in and has to be recovered by the marshals out at the turn 2 section of the circuit. And that was Heat 2 for the Bambinos. We're going to wait a bit for Kian Pile to recover his kart and get back into the pits, and then we continue with our action for the day. We're resuming the DD2 phase of our race day. It's Heat 2 for the DD2s. Stay tuned. We're back underway with the DD2 class for Heat 2 for the day's racing. The order, of course, this time established by the fastest lap, the best lap that we saw from Heat 1. And that honor belongs to Jamie Smith with a 47.1 set in the previous lap. Brad Liebenberg was not too far behind him with a 41.8. And Sebastian Boyd, despite the fact that he fell back with the race in Heat 1, was able to produce a decent enough lap to earn him third place for the start of Heat 3. Nick Vlastanis also fell away from some of the action early on, and the sort of racing and exchange that we saw early on in Heat 1 falling away into fourth place there. Karabo Malimela was quite impressive in his recovery and challenge for the front runners in fifth place. Jason Kutsia, the most impressive from early on, establishing just how aggressive he was willing to be, and it paid off for him and ending up winning Heat 1. But he starts this race because of his fastest lap out of Heat 1 in 6th place. Dusan Radojevic in 7th place. In 8th place we have Matthew Wadley, Olerato Sikudu in 9th place, Ethan Steer in 10th, and Jordan Moodley in 11th. Right, all of our DD2s engaging the correct gear to get out for lights on. Lights off, and we go racing with Jamie Smith immediately having to defend down the inside. Sebastian Boyd having a look, but Brad Liebenberg is there to close that space. It's side by side between Boyd and Smith. How did Boyd make that happen? Brad Liebenberg thrown on the outside. By the time he gets to turn 2, he's lost a place, but he secures himself third. Side by side between, it looked like Vistanis, someone else yet to make him out. Yes, that is, looks like Kutsia again, signature aggression from early on. Now Vistanis has to fight as hard as he can to get that position back. In the meantime, Jamie Smith immediately getting the sprint on. Sebastian Boyd not far at all to try and get something out of having such a brilliant tow from Smith. Got a Burrell trio followed by the Kazoo Racing kart of Jason Kutsia. Seems like Vistanis has fallen away slightly. Sebastian Boyd making sure that Jamie Smith does not disappear into the abyss as he's wont to do in situations like this. In the meantime, Nick Vistanis may have to worry about Karabo Malimela right behind him. Yep, he's looking over his shoulder, going over the hill. He knows that. And it's not just Malimela, because he has Kutsia, Radojevic, and Wadley in tow. Lorato Sikudu in the mix there as well. Malimela down the inside of Vistanis going into turn 2. Does Vistanis get a switchback? No, he doesn't. Malimela hard on the brakes into pit corner. Good run up the hill. It looks like that was Wadley there, trying to challenge Vistanis, but in the meantime Malimela has a bit of breathing room because Vistanis didn't get too much of a good run out of the tighter section. In the meantime, Sebastian Boyd may have to be a bit late on the brakes, not too long from now, because Brad Liebenberg is within the same bit of tarmac as him. Down the inside on turn 2 goes Brad Liebenberg on Boyd. Takes back that second place. Boyd sticking to Liebenberg as close as he can. And Jason Kutsia is going to be there to pick up the scraps if anything falls his way. Still early on in the race, 3.5 laps of 15. Kutsia trying to be narrow and tight as possible, looking for a gap past Boyd. Nick Vistanis braking late as possible down the inside. Ooh, Vistanis comes together. I think who did he come together with? That was Wadley. Vistanis and Wadley. Vistanis coming off worse as Wadley gains a position from him there. Oh, not going ideal for Vistanis at the moment. Sikudu may have to be defending from Radojevic not too long from now. Watch out at the double left. Jamie Smith trying to get a gauge of just how far ahead he is or how little ahead he is, and so far it's something comfortable for him. But the fastest man on the circuit so far with the most recent lap, 41.8, is Brad Liebenberg in second place. Radojevic late on the brakes, but nothing threatening to Sikudu going down into turn 2. Malimela has plenty breathing room. Coetzee is trying to reel Brad Liebenberg in. The move might materialize a couple corners from now. We've seen how aggressive Coetzee can be. He's a man who's a lot more comfortable so far. Malimela can't worry too much about Sigudu, who for the time being has to defend from Dusan Radojevic, and that battle continues. Hasn't quite reached boiling point as yet, but it's getting there. Brad Liebenberg gets around a bumpy turn at the double right there. He seemed to have to correct his kart when he went over the hill as well, and definitely something went there because Coetzee has caught up to him and is right on his bumper. Coetzee is not going to have a look just yet, but Liebenberg knows he's there. Now Coetzee is looking over his shoulder to see how far back the next opponent is if he were to make a move and it doesn't quite pay off. He's definitely cooking something. A 41.8 from Coetzee, fastest man on the circuit so far. And so far it looks like Brad Liebenberg, one of the few karters getting their karts to jack over the double rights there. Some breathing room there for Olerato Sigudu at the double left, but Dusan is not giving him a chance at all. Have to be inch perfect going around turn 2. Fastest lap honors keep changing every lap. Got a 41.7 from Jamie Smith now. Fitting giving his lead in this pack of DD2s as Jason Coetzee continues to try and destabilize Brad Liebenberg ahead of him. And behind Radojevic and Olerato Sigudu's battle, we have Ethan Steer and Matthew Wadley. Wadley was a feature for a couple of laps early on in the race. He's been relatively subdued since. Wonder if he is cooking something there for Ethan Steer ahead of him. Steer trying his best to make and create a better line, find some sort of speed to close in on Brad Liebenberg ahead of him in second. That's Malimela in frame at the moment. He's got a very quiet race for him. Quite some distance between him and Boyd, as well as Sigudu behind him. I beg your pardon, it's actually Dusan Radojevic behind him now, because he just went down the inside of Sigudu at turn 1 and secured that. Wadley, I was wondering when would feature goes down the inside of Ethan Steer at turn 2. And should be good for pit corner. Hard on the brakes goes Wadley. Nothing has yet materialized for Jason Coetzee. Let's see if he's biding his time and why he'll be biding his time. Coetzee now going as wide as Brad Liebenberg on the exit of turn 1. As Radojevic now having to worry about defending from Sigudu. A couple of laps ago he was attacking him. Here we go, Jason Coetzee seems to have found something now at the double right. Much closer to Liebenberg. Half a kart length between the two of them. Malimela watching from a distance what's going to materialize now. Brad Liebenberg seems to have recovered going down the straight. Still Coetzee is trying to cut that line shorter as much as he can. Jamie Smith still the fastest man on circuit with that 41.7. Here we go. Continuously something about that setup on Brad Liebenberg's kart allows it to jack a bit more than the others going into the double right, especially at the first apex. Kutsia looking a lot more stable into turn 1 this time. Perhaps he's sort of pulled down the anchors, trying to regain some life in his tires. He's been going at it for quite a bit. Jamie Smith out in front, dominant as ever. Kutsia's found something out of pit corner and going up the hill. Brad Liebenberg, for the past 3 or 4 laps, has had a way of making that disappear by the time we get down into turn 1. Kutsia looked a lot later on the brakes in turn 1 this time around. And despite Jamie Smith being out in front, he's still trying to find as much pace as possible. You can see him tucking his head down as we are now completing the final lap of the race. And we're about to see the checkered flag for that man, Jamie Smith, who set the pace all race long and has had no challenges. He makes his way over the bridge into the final double left. And it's the Burrell of Jamie Smith that secures first place for the DD2 class in Heat 2. In second, behind him is Brad Liebenberg, and in third, well fought third for Jason Kutsia. Couldn't quite steal that second place from Brad. And in fourth place is Sebastian Boyd. Karabo Malimela, fifth place, had an impressive but quiet race. Dusan Radojevic in sixth place, and Olerato Sikudu behind him, who had to fight but lost out to Radojevic ahead of him. Matthew Wadey in eighth place, Nicholas Bistanis in 9th place. Fallaway, sadly so, was quite competitive when the race began. Ethan Steer in 10th place, and Jordan Moody wraps up the 11 kart DD2 class. Up next is the Minimax class that we have waiting for us, all ready to get out onto the circuit at the pits. Stay tuned, there's plenty more to go. Our pole man for the Minimax race Heat 2 thereof is Rafael Isausa. Very close battle between him and Tsebanchi Sinwana in Heat 1. Brody Darling was there to try and pick up from the scraps that may have materialized. He even put his nose cone in a few times, but it didn't necessarily materialize. So we'll see if Heat 2 offers something better for him from third. In fourth place is Max Boshoff. And of course, our reference is the fastest laps that these Minimaxes were able to produce from Heat 1. In sixth place, we have Michael Danks. Seventh, Callum Dutoy. Darrell Goodman in eighth. He was quite impressive in Heat 1. Kian Reddy in ninth place. Ronaldo Kun in 10th. In 11th place, we have Zach Macaulay, Zaidan Hussein, Andre Betancourt Jr. and Michael Oda give us 12th to 14th place. And Ashan Reddy in 15th. Aiden Beaumont in 16th. And Ryan Falconer in 17th place. Zach Hindley in 18th, Luashu Matebula 19th, Christian Naidu in 20th, and Koketon Dobu wraps up the 21 kart field. That is a long train of go-karts. Let's see if they're able to get our formation lap right first time of asking and get racing underway. Right, marshals are happy. It's lights on for the Minimaxes and lights off. Where we go, Disausa has to defend immediately. Ooh, nicely done from Dowling. They're getting down the inside of Sisinoana, who lost, looks like 2 places in that instance, as Max Boshoff is ahead of him. Went down into pit corner now. It's not quite clear, despite having fought for 1 or 2 positions. You still have to defend quite a bit for the majority of the first lap. If anything could materialize, turn 1 could be a scene again. So far, Shisinwana knows he's going to have to work a bit to recover from falling away from second. Side by side action there in the double left. We'll have a look at who just lost out on who. But De Salsa looking over his shoulder to see how far ahead he is. Not quite, as Dowling very late on the brakes into turn 2. Max Boshoff now third ahead of Shisinwana. Shisinwana not yet able to fight back there. And Durrell Goodman making a very good jump, I think from 7th or 8th place into 5th. Aggressive as ever. A good run up the hill for Dowling, trying to reel in the Salsa. They're at the double right now. And Shisinwana very late on the brakes into the double right. Brody Dowling may have a lot to worry about going on into turn 1. Down the inside goes. Oh, Shisinwana on the inside there. Does he make it stick? Should he be defending from Max? Max Boshoff has no answers to Shisinwana. And Shisinwana gets back into the podium position. For a moment I thought that it may be Dowling he had a bit to worry about, but the real fight was between Max Boshoff as well as Shisinwana. What Dowling is worried about at the moment is setting the fastest lap, 46.7. And that's in the toe of Rafael De Salsa. Looks like a relatively even spread at the moment for the front three. Not much pace difference so far over the past couple of laps. Very late on the brakes. Not on the brakes, but the top speed of Dowling was quite impressive there. He really closed in on De Salsa and was even later on the brakes, and that helped him out all the more. De Salsa has something to defend, I suspect. If not a pit corner, then a bit later on. De Salsa came out of the tunnel quite nicely there. Dowling is looking very aggressive. He may have to defend from an aggressive Shisinwana in third right behind him as they go over the bridge. Shisinwana trying to cut the line short and get ahead. Is he going to look on the inside of Dowling? Not yet. You can see it's not the opportune moment. Nothing yet for Shisinwana, but he's very close to Dowling. You can literally feel his rear bumper. Closer still at pit corner. Nothing materializes. The battle for second place is hot. Shisinwana had a very good run up the hill and had to go side by side briefly with Dowling. That's ominous for what's to come for a couple of corners. Dowling trying to cool his engine a bit more. You can see him reaching over for his radiator flap. You can see the temps are at optimum. Side by side goes Shisinwana and Dowling. Dowling, not enough grunt to defend from the late braking of Shisinwana. Down the inside for second place for him. It's not quite over. Retribution often manifests itself at turn 2. Not yet for Dowling. That was an incredible lap from Shisinwana. 46.3. Just shaved 4/10 over the previous fastest lap. That was a 46.7, if I'm not mistaken. It still will be a bit of defensive work for Shisinwana for a couple of laps now. Dowling is not letting that go easily. And down the home straight they go. De Salsa by now certainly can clear Shisinwana right behind him. That's why he's tucking himself in and getting as aerodynamically positioned as possible, because he knows at any moment maybe a Gazoo Racing Academy kart on the inside of his. Shisinwana, as ever, a really good run up the hill. Look at that, almost side by side with the rear axle of De Salsa. Better still, over the bridge goes Shisinwana, side by side with De Salsa. Now down the inside he goes. De Salsa lets him go fair, gives him some room there, but has to close it quickly because Dowling was right there, and Dowling still sees an opportunity. Down the inside of De Salsa he goes. Fantastic Fantastic opportunism there from Dowling. He saw a gap and he took it, and then he now signals. He signals for De Sousa to follow him. He's saying he's the pace man now when it comes to that battle for first place. So let's see. 7.5 laps across the race. That was brilliant. Brilliant racing there from Dowling. Sinwana seems to still be reaping rewards from what his engine can produce him. He opens up a significant gap in instances like that, where Dowling and De Sousa going side by side. De Sousa getting his own back into second now. And Sinwana stretches his legs ever more. Max Boshoff has had to watch from afar in 4th place as all of these switchbacks happen. Nice move from Dowling. Back down on the inside of pit corner onto Southside. Now Boshoff, who was too far before, is close enough to threaten the Southside. Eight and a half laps across. Over the shoulder looks Dowling. Dowling now 2nd place and De Sousa in 3rd. Max Boshoff trying to hold on to that toe that he has as tight as possible. Just may pay off for him because you can see the end of the race not too far in the distance. Looks like De Sousa's found something up that hill, also coming out of pit corner. Dowling knows it. Looks more aggressive in his body language. I think there was a bit of a bump there. It was just the rough terrain there at the double right. But De Sousa knows he should be diving down the inside of Dowling not too long from now. You can see it. Dowling, aggressive defending. De Sousa then waits a bit later. There is not a moment for rest between this two, especially the battle for 2nd and 3rd. In the meantime, Sinwana 46.34, fastest lap we've seen thus far. His most recent lap was a 46.4. I wonder if Dowling and De Sousa can hear that information and it serves as incentive for them. Try and do something. Fight for that 2nd place and catch up to Sinwana if they have time. Because at the moment we just started our 11th lap. We're about to complete that. And you know what that means? It's the final lap. And the checker flag is within touching distance with Tshepang Sinwana, who sets an even faster lap, 46.266. There is no holding back for that young man. Someone who shouldn't be holding back at the moment is De Sousa, because 2nd place is at stake and he needs to dive down the inside of Dowling as soon as he can. Most likely place is the final turn because that's the only opportunity that's available to him at the moment. In the meantime, it's Sinwana having to navigate past the back marker, who he makes contact with. That means 1st place goes to Rafael De Sousa and 2nd goes to Brody Dowling. Oh my word, could never have called that. Could never have called that. Wow. 1st place, Rafael De Sousa, being there or thereabouts, it paid off. Brody Dowling also in the battle in 2nd place. Durrell Goodman, remember him from 7th place, he's now 3rd. That's how he finishes the race. Max Boshoff in 4th place. Yvonne Moritz in 5th. Tshepang Sinwana losing out because of a collision with the back marker in 6th place, right at the final moment. Callum Dutour in 7th. Kian Reddy in 8th place. And we have Zach Macaulay in 9th. And in 10th place, Ronaldo Kuhn. Michael Danks is 11th and Aidan Beaumont is 12th. Wow, could never have called that. There's no moment for rest and there's no moment to relax apparently. It's hard luck for Tshepang Sinwana. That's just exactly as it is in racing. But up next, we continue. It does not stop here. We're going on to the senior max class who are lined up in the pits and ready to go racing for Heat 2. The Senior Maxes are back for Heat 2. Man in the lead, Muhammad Wali, earned himself that position, having set the fastest lap that we saw out of Heat 1. He leads the pack at the moment ahead of Ken Swartz, Mauro Daluts, Jono Wilson, Divian Naidu, Rashad Goodwin in 6th, Cole Hewitt in 7th, Charles Visser in 8th, Brandon van der Walt in 9th, Michael Poseidon in 10th place, Neelan Marks in 11th, and Luca Verli in 12th, Kanyang Guenya 13th, and Liam Polome, who sadly lost out of the first race with, I think it was a chain snap, and also an incident slightly earlier than that. I think that was concomitant to that. So he starts from the rear in 14th. And you see Max is getting ready to get things underway at the final turn. The double left, tightly packed, is how the marshals want it, and that's what they give. It's lights on for the Senior Maxes Heat 2. And the marshals aren't happy with something. Now, where's the Senior and Senior Max? I wonder who missed what, but we're gonna have to do this one more time. We're gonna have to see that formation lap. In the meantime, let's just see the difference in pace between those fastest laps that we saw out of Heat 1 for the Senior Maxes. Wally with a 42.1 was almost 3/10 ahead of Ken Swartz, who came in with a 42.40. We have 3/10 off the lead man, 42.34 rather, was Mauro Daluts in 3rd place. Jono Wilson came with a 42.452. So it's very, very little in between all of these karters, especially that top 4, top 5. The only real difference in significance we see was coming from Rashawn Goodman, who feels a bit more drift than the karters ahead of him. So we should see some interesting exchanges and battles between that front 5. Let's try this again this time. It's lights on for the Senior Maxes for Heat 2 of SA RMC Round 2. And away we go with Wally looking over his shoulder to see who he has to defend from. And he keeps the whole shot, not taken from him, but side by side there. Ooh, 3rd place is not a guarantee at the moment as far as it stands. Daluts, Mauro, Naidu might even get benefit from that, but so far Ken Swartz has a lot to worry about from all of those karters. Going up the hill now, Daluts doesn't have a lot of room between him and Wilson. Tight squeeze around the double right there. Wally immediately several kart lengths ahead. And all that was thanks to the melee that we saw at the beginning of this lap. But as it stands, the order right now sees Ken Swartz in 2nd, just as he was when it began. Daluts right behind him. And then on goes Wally, immediately trying to establish that he's in a different picture, a different frame. Quite literally, we can only see them one at a time as far as it stands, just because of that gap. Daluts has to defend significantly from Wilson. He's looking very aggressive at the moment. Wilson smells an opportunity, that's for sure. And Daluts knows it. But it looks like Daluts has enough pace to bring Wilson into the picture with the battle Ken Swartz. But only a couple of laps from now. Down the inside looks Wilson. Is it to let Daluts know he's there or to actually commit? It looked like he was committed there. Or at least 60% committed because he had to pull out. Not enough space there. Good run up the hill for Wilson. Now does Daluts know it? Wilson trying to will his kart along up the hill and give it a bit of a shimmy and a shift. Wonder how many horsepower that's worth. Plenty horsepower for Wally out in front in the lead. Ken Swartz significantly behind. That battle between Wilson and Daluts seems to have given Swartz some breathing room. Wilson and Daluts continue to wrestle their karts around into the tunnel. Down the inside goes Wilson at pit corner. Daluts later on the brakes. How late do you want it? but he's definitely aware of Wilson now if he wasn't before. Those karters fighting for third, simultaneously trying to shimmy their karts along over the hill. The more horsepower, the better. Ken Zwartkops will be glad to hear of it because it's giving him some breathing room. Wilson not committing at turn 1. Oh, Wilson down the inside at turn 2. He may have pulled out. He had to, he couldn't have. It's a very tight space. But there's literally nothing in between Wilson and Dalutz at the moment. Some exciting racing. Wilson definitely has a better run up that hill. Wilson down the inside at the double left and makes it stick ahead of Dalutz. Will Dalutz answer back going into turn 1? Yes, he tries to. Has a look down the inside and he's late enough on the brakes to take the place back from Wilson. Third place is mine, he says. Oh, what a battle. This is what we signed up for. This is a fight for third place, mind you. But it's now brought in a couple of other karters right behind them. Well, there you have it. It's a lot more of a battle now. You've invited 3 or 4 parties. Looks like Michael Poseidon having a quiet race, watching the action build up from afar. Ahead of him, immediately ahead of him, is Rushan Goodman. Ken Zwartkops can see just how much room he has. Just remains to be seen if that's room with a relaxation or what. But John Wilson looked like he outbraked himself a bit. His kart went a bit oily there going down into turn 1. Oh, someone kicked up some dust. I think that was Rushan Goodman. Kanyangwenya darting across aggressively so there in the build-up to turn 2. What was that? That was an exciting couple of seconds for the entire field. Not so much for Wally and Zwartkops, significantly ahead. Ooh, Goodman having a look down the inside of Dalutz, but could not commit. It's very little space there at the double right. Goodman looks like he just lost the position out now. He's side by side with Poseidon. Aggressive stuff, but Goodman takes it back going down into turn 1. Far from over. As you can see, Goodman's kart squirming under pressure there in the mid-pack battle. But as it stands, Wilson has lost out several places now and has to work his way back up. It's the battle with Goodman as well as Poseidon that's manifesting and materializing at the moment. Dalutz also with a lot of work to do from 5th. Goodman back up in place ahead of Michael Poseidon. Seems to have bought himself a kart length in between now and the last time we saw him. A lot of chopping and changing going down in the mid-pack. But of course, as it stands, so far it's Muhammad Ali far ahead, 1.9 seconds ahead of Ken Zwartkops. As ever, he's trying to find more time. It's never enough. There's always more performance to be found. Here comes Wilson. The challenge possibly to get his place back. Tight squeeze there in turn 2. We're going to get them in frame in just a bit. In the meantime, Mauro Dalutz is the fastest man on the circuit. Never would have thought, but given the amount of tour that he may have in the position he's in, it's possible. A lot of chopping and changing, late braking there. Ooh. Tightly squeezed 3 ways between Dalutz and Wilson. There was nothing in that, nothing at all in that 3-way battle. It's Wilson, Visser, as well as Dalutz going for the same bit of tarmac at turn 1. Visser's making a monster recovery because of just how much he fell out, or fell back rather, from the first heat, and he's definitely a feature this time around. He's making that known. Fantastic stuff. Now, Michael Poseidon trying to reel in Rashawn Goodman, because Goodman hasn't been able to quite disappear since he overtook and took that position back. The Sharpest will be pleased with himself getting back into podium contention. With all that's happened since the beginning of the race, you've seen so many fastest laps, the latest of which was from Wally, a 42.5. A lot of position changes in the mid-pack. You would forget how far along into the race you are. So I certainly did. We're 11.5 laps across. Not too long to go until the end. It's a 15-lapper. 42.5 is a scintillating lap, considering the fact that Wally's establishing that pace on his own. There's no one to give him a toe for that. Dalutz definitely has a bit in his teeth to try to get his own on Charles Visser, but he still also has to look over his shoulder to see where Wilson is. Muhammad Wali, as if he heard me, 42.4, even quicker. And he's the picture of composure, as he has a way of looking or making that double right look like there aren't any bumps whatsoever as he navigates his way around that. Quite a skill. "13 laps across." We're starting the 13th lap now. Countdown begins. Sharpfisser has to defend. Forced to, no choice. We're too far into the race as Dalutz outbreaks himself or goes wide off the grip. John Wilson there to take the scraps. He does not mind that. Oh, Dalutz took himself out of contention there. He's going to be mad about that. And now he's battling Michael Poseidon-Hout, and it looks like Sean Goodman who goes down the inside of Dalutz side by side, and they both drift off the rubber and lose out at pit corner. Poseidon there to pick up the scraps. Sheesh, what a bit of action towards the end, while Muhammad Wali picks up the chicken flag in first, ahead of Ken Swartz and Michael Visser in third. Wow. Wow, I did not see that coming. Dalutz falling back and being involved in a back and forth with Goodman and Poseidon-Hout. They're going to have to iron that out not too long from now when they meet again in the pits. But there you go, we saw the senior and senior max. Quite a bit happening both at the front and in the mid-pack. You'd be forgiven for forgetting that there were 15 cars in total. So much to look at and try and track. But brilliant bit of racing from all of our karters. Up next, we do have the Micromax class that's already lining up. But we just want to wait for the final timing results that are catching up with us in real time. But yeah, that was certainly something I did not see coming, especially the falling back of a couple of these karters. The most impressive thing I think from Heat 2 definitely was the recovery that Sharpfisser was able to produce, considering the context of Heat 1. It only sets the stage to be even more exciting going into Heat 3. We're already so much of the way across today's program. We still have plenty to go. Of course, again, after Senior Max, it is the Micro Maxes, Junior Maxes, and then DD2 Masters. And then we do it all over again, starting with the Bambinos to close it off for third heat of the day for all of our classes. So stay tuned. Just to remind of those final results, Muhammad Wali ahead of Swartz, Michael Visser and Wilson in fourth place. Michael Poseidon in fifth place after being there. Fantastic, just position yourself well enough and you may be in for a reward. Micromaxes are back for another heat of racing. Heat in the literal sense. Temperature building up with Matthew Shuttleworth, that bright orange, leading the pack. However, as far as the fastest laps that we saw are concerned from Heat 1, we had Adrian Steyn ahead of him with a 47.1. 47.2 came from Shuttleworth. Liam Wharton with a 47.3. Just behind Horton was Michael O'Mahony, 47.3. All those names, just watch out for all those names, because those are the common features with a lot of battling that we saw. Noah Crenier, despite the fact that he was spearheading the pack in Heat 1, couldn't produce quite the lap time that could get him further ahead for the start. But that means nothing, because Heat 2 is about to cancel out anything you saw earlier on today. You can never call it, you can never predict it. It's always too soon, except when you're the commentator. And we have Marshall's happy with the Micromaxes. It's lights on for the start of Heat 2 for Micromax. There we go. We're gonna have to do that all over again and try and get the formation right this time. Then from 5th place starts Ritlotleng Tekiso with a 47.4. Behind him, of course, we mentioned Noah Crenier starting from 6th, Luke Dutoy in 7th, Ronald Venter in 8th place, Jaden Van der Merwe in 9th, Laurent Duvet in 10th place, Alessio Brits in 11th, Roman Hussein in 12th, Kyrie Chetty 13th place, Maya Armanis in 14th, Igor Estevez in 15th, and Umulemo Mfana in 16th. They'll all be hoping to get it right this time around so we can get our racing underway. That's 16 karts in total, you see there. Massive field considering just how little space you have to work around and race here at Zwartkops Raceway. It becomes very little space as soon as everyone's going full tilt, maxing their ability out, maxing the ability of their karts. Let's see if they've got this right this time around. It's lights on for the Micromaxes, and away we go. We go racing side by side with Steyn and Shuttleworth. Later on the brakes go Steyn. Shuttleworth tucks in into second. Had no choice but to. A lot of danger looming there in the form of Wharton and Mahoney, and O'Mahony rather. O'Mahony down the inside at turn 2. Oh, someone got a tap there. Oh, a tap and a significant knock at turn 2. Trying to make out who that is. In the meantime, Shuttleworth down the inside of Steyn at pit corner. Steyn with a bit of a knock on Shuttleworth, but it doesn't take away the pace Shuttleworth needed to get up the hill there. But it looks like Steyn still have enough momentum, has enough momentum to challenge. Lot went on there at the beginning of the race. Shuttleworth finding some breathing room from Steyn. O'Mahony there in 3rd place. Lot of chopping and changing. But as it stands, it's that top 3 with Liam Wharton in 4th, Luke Dutoy in 5th, Laurent Duvet behind him in 6th, and Noah Crenier in 7th. He lost a place there. Shuttleworth trying to open that gap so he can get a bit comfortable now, because Steyn definitely can put the pressure on. We saw that from Heat 1. O'Mahony's closing in on Steyn. He's looking very aggressive. He's finding all sorts of pace going up, especially coming out of that double right and going into the double left now, the final corner. O'Mahony might have a look, but doesn't look like it's going to happen at the moment as we start our 2nd lap of the race. Going down to turn 2 now to make sure you're exactly on the rubber, else you're losing a whole lot of pace coming out of there if you get onto the dirty stuff. Fastest man on the circuit so far, surprise, surprise, Matthew Shuttleworth. Mid-pack argy-bargy there, side by side out of the exit of turn 1. Luke DeToy involved in a whole lot of action there with, along with De Vet. It's not quite over. It's going to start again going down the home straight. De Vet this time takes the whole start into turn 1. The relative whole start, but side by side. Ooh, that was close with him and DeToy. They were side by side for a fraction of a second, but De Vet is not having it. Down the inside goes Noah Crenier, taking an opportunity while De Vet and DeToy were distracted with each other. And he's going to act as the meat and the sandwich so far. None of these positions are guaranteed. And O'Mahony wants to show De Vet, O'Mahony wants to show Steyn rather ahead of him that his second place isn't guaranteed because he keeps closing in on him. He's getting closer and closer. And it's going to be a good thing for O'Mahony to stick to Steyn at the moment. Steyn is the fastest man on the circuit, so the toe is really going to be good for O'Mahony if he sticks to him. And Shuttleworth cancelled that off quite quickly. He remains, or takes back honours as the fastest on the circuit. 47.3. Times are tumbling. Temperatures are rising. Just look how bouncy it is around the double right there, especially at the first apex. Takes a bit of skill to navigate that as smoothly as possible. It's part of the charm and character of the circuit. Steyn by now definitely can hear that O'Mahony's right behind him, and at any moment he may be seeing him side by side if he makes a mistake, so he has to get everything right. Start of lap 5. We're at the halfway mark, in fact, of this race. It is a 12-lapper. Shuttleworth, no worries. Steyn, however, has plenty worries. O'Mahony has a really good run up that hill again. But he's just missing that one link. There's one element that he's trying to find. See, that's going to make the difference for him to take that second place. 3 to 4 laps at this pace in the same position is a long time. Times continue to tumble. 47.1. That's the range that top 3 is in terms of their best laps so far. Steyn keeping it neat and tidy out in turn 2. He knows he can't compromise anything. O'Mahony breathing down his neck. He's trying his best to find something, some sort of gap. Liam Wharton has had a quiet 5 or 6 laps watching what's unfolding in front of him. While Noah Crenier rather benefited from that battle between Laurent De Vet as well as Luke DeToy earlier on. That's why he's comfortably nestled in 5th. Seems like Shuttleworth is a lot closer than before. Was that a trick of the eyes? A trick of that tighter part at turn 2 in the tunnel? But nonetheless, the battle still goes on between Steyn as well as O'Mahony, who seems to have outbraked himself and carried a little bit too much speed into the double right there, and he paid the price for it. I think there was a kink that he missed before, and he hit this time, and he paid the price because it's 2 kart lengths now between him and Steyn. We just started our 8th lap. Here's Laurent De Vet having to look over his shoulder to see Luke is ready to dive down the inside at any point. He's got to make sure his defense is up because it could happen. They're very close together. That, of course, is the battle for 6th and 7th. Noah Crenier came into that battle and checked out very quickly so he can secure himself 5th place. O'Mahony not finding anything yet, and he seems to be falling away this time. Can't promise to see him anytime soon threatening or overtaking Adrian Steyn, unless he's just been biding his time and waiting till the end so that Steyn can't answer back, because that opportunity always is there. It's never certain. Shuttleworth getting past one of the back markers. Now that back marker is going to make quite a difference, especially considering how Steyn and O'Mahony navigate around the back marker. There you go. Oh, wish I didn't call it, but I did. O'Mahony coming off the worst because of the back marker there. He went into Steyn, who had to slow down, having no choice. O'Mahony paid the price, and now he has to battle it off with Liam Wharton for 3rd and 4th place. It just comes with the territory. It just comes with the territory. O'Mahony will be livid at the moment. Down the inside, a very aggressive move I'm seeing at all parts and quarters of the circuit. But yeah, O'Mahony is on a recovery drive, which is a little too late considering that we're at 10.5 laps across for this 12-lapper, meaning we're about to start our final lap when we see our leader of the race cross the start-finish. Well, part of me feels for O'Mahony because he worked so hard the majority of this race for him to be in contention for that 2nd place. But all's fair in love and racing. And all's fair for Mr. Shuttleworth, who begins now our final lap and gets ready to collect the checkered flag in 2nd place, comfortably so, or of late, and quite recently. There's Adrian Steyn, who has a lot more breathing room thanks to the melee that happened before him. Michael O'Mahony, all is not lost, still in the podium position. However, it could have been better is what he may be thinking. Back marker there showing just how difficult it is to get around the double right. A lot of rubber goes down there. And a lot of rubber went down, definitely in the case of Matthew Shuttleworth. Our race leader is about to come into frame now. Secures himself 1st place for Heat 2 of the Micromax class. Well raced by Matthew Shuttleworth. In 2nd place, Adrian Steyn, who survived what could have been a very impressive attack and a long, drawn-out attack from Michael O'Mahony. Ultimately didn't pay dividends for him, and he had to settle for 3rd place. Liam Wharton in 4th. Noah Crenier working his way up to 5th. Laurent de Vet in 6th. And Luc de Toy in 7th place. Jaden van der Merwe in 8th place. Alessio Brits in 9th. And Kairif Chetty wraps up the top 10. And out come the Junior Maxes. And we immediately have a picture and a sense of what went down for Heat 1. This is Heat 2, of course, for the Junior Max Racing for the day. Heat 2 of 3, it's not quite over yet. We're in the second episode of what was definitely an exciting introduction to the series that we got. Gianna Pasquale, the most impressive karter when it came to lap times. 52.5 is what got her in that position in pole. And William Marshall in second place, Keegan Beaumont in third, Keegan Martin in fourth place, Luke Hill in fifth, Amani Kinua, Georgia Lanitz, Christian Verheil, JC Swart, running up our 6th to 9th positions, Spice Mailula in 10th place, Jordan Wadley in 11th, and Anwil April in 12th. Heat 1 gave us a sense of how they do, just exactly how they race and go about things here at Zwartkops. Gianna Pasquale showed us he does not need to have a toe to establish pace. So her being in front is ominous for the karters around her, and have to make sure to overtake as quick as possible before she stretches out and shows us just how far she is. It's lights on for, ooh, there we go. Lights on and not so lights off. Marshals aren't happy with that start. I'm gonna have to start proceedings again. Now, while Pasquale was, 42.5, she set us a 42.5 for the first heat, she still wasn't that much ahead of second place Marshall William. It was 100th of a second. 100th of a second between the two of them. 0.014 is the number between Pasquale and William Marshall. So the intent definitely is there to establish who dominates in today's racing. Oh, Kinua had a bit of a kink over the curb there at the double right. But we're going to try and start this formation properly once more. And we have all 12 carts ready to go. It's lights on for Junior Max's, lights off, we go racing. Aggressively down the inside goes Kinua. He might get squeezed, but he doesn't. Looks like Pasquale lost out there. It was Marshall immediately getting it. It's exactly as I said, you have to get your position in early, otherwise you're going to pay the price for letting the fastest person on the circuit get ahead. And Marshall starting as much as he can to stretch his legs ahead of Pasquale. Aggressive Gianna looks at the moment trying to close that gap that Marshall's trying to open. Luke Hill, what a start. Last you heard of him, he was in around 5th or 6th. He's in 3rd place at the moment and will have significant defending to do. It's not an easy thing to take 3rd place. Georgia Lanitz is going to be asking all sorts of questions of him. She's in 4th. Down the inside goes, it looks like Beaumont. Beaumont went on the inside, it looks of Keegan Martin. Keegan Martin lost out there to Beaumont, and he may have an answer back going into pit corner. Gianna Pasquale closing the gap on Marshall. Good run up the hill she has. Marshall might have some worries very soon. Someone who has worries too is Luke Hill, because Georgia Lanitz is right behind him. He's going to have to defend pretty soon, not too long from now. Keegan Beaumont, well done to be aggressive. Very aggressive was he on Keegan Martin. Now he's put himself in a battle there to try and possibly challenge Georgia Lanitz as well as Keegan Beaumont. Sorry, as well as Luke Hill, beg your pardon. Okay, Luke Hill seems to have kept Georgia Lanitz at bay since the start. It's not all said and done. Keegan Beaumont is there now to worry Lanitz a bit. Wonder what effect that's going to have on that battle for the remaining positions from 3rd onwards. At the moment, podium belongs to Luke Hill, but it's only momentary. Tightly they squeeze into turn 1, 3 carts, within the same 10th or so of a second. Closer still going into turn 2 and into the tunnel. Fastest person on circuit, Keegan Beaumont, following that train of in the battle there for third place. He just set himself a 42.4. In the meantime, Jana Pasquale studying William Marshall's line, trying to see where she can cut off some time and find it. Finally, she does at the double left, down inside of Marshall. Talk about commitment, and look at the gap she instantly finds. Now, did Marshall go too wide? Because he's about to pay the price, as he has 3 angry carts in tow. He just found out. He looked over his shoulder. Down the inside goes Hill. Late on the brakes. Secure second place going down to the tunnel. Oh, Marshall is paying the price. Let's see what happens at pit corner. Leonard is his next threat if he isn't able to get his own back on Hill. Leonard's behind him. Had a very good run up the hill, but gets knocked at the rear by, it looks like Keegan Beaumont. But she's got a bit of breathing room now. Going up the hill, seemed to have a lot better of a run. Some decent bottom end. Beaumont is all sorts of trouble for the karters around him, ahead and behind. Ahead of Beaumont for now is William. Behind him is Keegan Martin. Keegan Martin down the inside of Beaumont. You realize just how troublesome the young man is. He's got the pace to challenge. Quinoa is now Beaumont's latest headache. Beaumont almost fully turning around and facing Quinoa, trying to see where he is behind him. Quinoa got a bit of a knock there from Spice Mailula. Of course, Spice cutting his teeth in the Junior Max class. No slush whatsoever once he gets in full stride. Someone in full stride at the moment, Gianna Pasquale, way ahead of Luke Hill in second place. In third we have Georgia Lanitz. She'd be happy to be back there considering the context of Heat 1 where she got knocked out unfortunately. Down the inside, beautiful move by Keegan Martin there. And up the hill they go, off the pit corner. Georgia Lanitz has a whole train right behind her in contention. Well, Martin seems to have closed that gap quite well. Found some pace going up the bridge and in the double left. Lennox will have some defending to do going into turn 2, that's for sure. Martin does not hold back when he's got an opportunity. He's shown that. Not a look yet down the inside. Nicely turned by Lennox there. There's no way to call it in that battle for the final podium position. Martin creeping up on Lennox's kart. He's managed to make some very aggressive moves for him to get there. He knows exactly where he should be, at the very least in the top 3. In the meantime, oh, down the inside he goes. There you have it. Lennox couldn't brake late enough to stop that move from Keegan Martin. And he secures himself third place, exactly where he knows and feels he should be. Now it's a matter of how he can reel in second place Luke Hill, who is quite some distance away from him. May still have to defend, mind you. As Georgia Lennox brings not only Keegan Beaumont, but William Marshall, who was at the front, who was at the spear end of this race a lot earlier on and is falling away. So it's not quite said and done. What has been said and done is past 9.5 laps. We're approaching the start of the 10th lap of this 15-lap race. That third place is a hotly contested position because it looks like Keegan Martin hasn't been able to pull away the way he would have wanted to, the way he should, as soon as you steal back that position. But the double right, he seems to have found some sort of pace there. He had some decent bottom end to take him up over the hill. A lot of bottom end, mind you. Marshall down the inside of Lennox. Lennox has a bit of a knock and rub with him there at the double left, trying to get a switch back. Switch back, she does it. She tries to brake late, but Beaumont is in tow. If she doesn't commit, she may pay the price. Marshall secures himself at third place. I beg your pardon, Marshall secures himself that 4th place. It's Martin that's in 3rd. Keegan Beaumont is trying to study and see how he would capitalize ahead of Leonard. Now it's a bit tricky for him because he has 2 cars to get ahead of. It's a bit easier when it's just one would imagine. The fastest person on the circuit, Keegan Martin in a 42.4. His last lap, the most recent one, that's where he's been fastest. Down the inside, oh, tight with Luke Hill, involved in the battle with Martin there. Nicely done by Martin. Very nicely done by Martin. Now Luke Hill has to get himself back in that fight again. Mani Quinyua trying to reel in Spice Mailula and Keegan Beaumont. Luke Hill's going to have another battle to worry about not too long from now. Beaumont not yet having a look down the inside of Marshall ahead of him. There's quite a bit going on in the mid-pack there. Anything could materialize. Somehow 4 carts already in contention for that top 4, top 5 position. And a familiar sight is the fact that Gianna Pasquale out ahead of the field. Quiet and subdued race. In a good way. Behind her, Keegan Martin, equally quiet and subdued. So much so, he's got the quickest time, the 42.4 that we mentioned earlier. In 3rd place is Luke Hill, but it doesn't look guaranteed as yet. Still got a bit of defending to do, considering we're very much approaching and nearing, creeping in on the checkered flag. 13.5 laps we're at. Next lap will be the final lap. Luke Hill braking late as he can at pit corner. Decent run up the hill. Beaumont troubling Marshall behind him. Marshall can't focus on Hill and Beaumont at the same time. Looks like Beaumont is doing Luke Hill a bit of a favor to secure that 3rd place if he distracts Marshall. Luke Hill, tight, defending down the inside. Marshall leaves it, tries to leave it late. How late? Yeah, that would have been incredible to pull off. Has to pull out of that. Luke Hill knows 3rd place is his for the next couple of corners. We're on the final lap. Pasquale comfortably in the lead. Established very early on. Hardly a mention during this race. I'm detecting a trend. Martin behind her. Fought well to get there. What matters is the end result. And right now for Heat 2, our winner, Gianna Pasquale, dominated Heat 2. 2nd place, Keegan Martin. And 3rd, Luke Hill, fought his way all the way up from the mid-pack to secure that podium position. Very well done by him. In 4th place was William Marshall. Was there or thereabout for these battles, but unfortunately lost out. So close, there's nothing in between them. Keegan Beaumont troubled quite a bit of the mid-pack. He was a constant feature and a mention during this race. Georgia Leonard in 6th place. Spice Mailula improved quite significantly. I think he gained 3 places, if I'm not mistaken. 3 or 4 places in 7th place there. Very well done to him. Amani Quinyua in 8th place. Jesse Swart in 9th. Emma Dowling in 10th place. Jordan Wadley in 11th. Christian Farrell in 12th. And Annual April, 13th place to bring up the entire field. And that was Heat 2 for the Junior Maxes. Stay tuned and stand by for Heat 3 for the upcoming class. It's not over yet. It is the DD2 Masters peeling out as we speak. For the DD2 Masters, race 2 of the day, Cristiano Morgado. Surprise, surprise, dominated Heat 1. And it's no surprise that he was able to set the fastest lap time we saw, 42.4 from him, 42.5 from 2nd place, Bjorn Roos, the most impressive master we saw, subjectively, very obviously subjective. Very impressive race from him to fight all the way up to 2nd place. Jonathan Pieterse in 3rd place, 42.7. Christian Boucher in 4th place with a 42.8, and Jared Jordan in 5th place with a 42.9. He had some very aggressive moves that we saw earlier on, and they seem to have paid off for him. Justin Rogers in 6th place. In 7th, we have Llewellyn Sutherland, Grant Veenstra, who lost out significantly in Heat 1, will want to recover this time around, as we see our DD2 Masters getting ready to start things and start proceedings for Heat 2. It's lights on for the DD2 Masters in race 2 for the day. Lights off when we go racing. Immediately Morgado down the inside to defend, beat this on the inside of Roos. Roos lost a place there, and Boucher trying to pick up the scraps to see if he can steal from Roos, but doesn't quite. Beat this going narrow down the inside to defend from Roos, and Boucher fell away slightly, a cart length that he lost to Roos there. Roos immediately called to have to fight for his position in second, and beat this asking all sorts of questions, and he seemed to have found the answers that he wanted, which is that he was the more aggressive of the two at the start. But Roos is definitely not going to let it go that easily. We saw exactly how he went through in Heat 1. We're probably going to see more of the same for this one. Roos immediately trying to close that gap. Doesn't seem like Morgado's pulled away as much or as quickly as he did in Heat 1. Probably doing one layer at a time this time around. Pieterse being reeled in by Roos very quickly. Roos had a lot of power up the hill, we saw, and it seems to be more of the same this time around. As Pieterse can already see that down the inside goes Roos at the double left. Pieterse fair, giving him plenty room. Very early on in the race. See both cards. Both cards squirming down at turn 1. That is the battle for second and third there between Roos and Pieterse. Roos now having turned the recently turned defender. He was attacking not too long ago. Christian Boucher watching from a distance. He should be very careful of Jared Jordan, because Jordan does not mind going late on the brakes at all. Pieterse realizing his engine is at the temperature he'd want for it to begin cooling. You can see him adjusting his radiator flap there. Pieterse himself also might need some cooling. You can see his overalls flapping a bit there, a lot of air going. Saw an arm up there from one of the karters. I don't know what he was signaling. He's signaling that he's peeling off. That looks like Christian Boucher, if I'm not mistaken. Caught him just before we've changed frame. Another karter signaling something wrong. It's kart 135. What are our racers signaling? Something's amiss with the mid-pack there. The hand signals are going all sorts of directions while, yep, red flags. The red flags are out. I see the marshals profusely swinging their red flags. Something's amiss. We don't have it in view from where we are. But I do remember seeing, I think it was Christian Boucher peeling into the pits. Now, still haven't quite established what's going on. But as ever, we'd have to red flag and start things over again once all has been established to be safe for all the races to resume. At the time being, we did observe, again, the running order. The modus operandi was that Cristiano Morgado, quickest man on the circuit, didn't trouble him much to get back into that position. Bjorn Roos was working quite well to get his position back. He made light work of fighting off Jonathan Pieterse for that second place. You can see the significant difference in performance. Now, our kart that has had to stop is stopped just after the tunnel. We now have a proper view exactly where that incident occurred. That's why I've had to red flag our race. He's been safely assisted away from his cart by the marshals. I'm just not sure who exactly that racer is. We don't have a clear visual from where we are here. But one thing that certainly did happen was the fact that Christian Boucher peeled off safely into the pits and withdrew from the race. You can see all the karters there out of their carts discussing what happened, where it happened, and why. But as soon as we've established safe racing conditions, we should be back underway. And it's going to be as you were for the DD2 Masters, as in these conditions where we had 3 laps completed. We resume the race in single file formation. Marshall's happy to resume as we have safe racing conditions. It's flag up, flag down, and we go racing again with Cristiano Morgado. Still in the lead, Bjorn Roos having to worry about not only Jonathan Pieterse behind him, but Jordan, that is Jared Jordan right behind him. There, moved down the inside, very impressive. I think that was Grant Vistra who dove aggressively into, no, that wasn't Grant Vistra, that was Llewellyn Sutherland. A very nice dive down the inside there, turn 2. It was Grant Vistra actually who lost out and had to bow out, and that was the reason for our red flag, but he was safely recovered. In the meantime, Jared Jordan trying to reel in a very quick Bjorn Roos and Jonathan Pieterse, which is going to prove very difficult considering the form they've had so far today. Sideways goes Jared Jordan. You can see he lost out a whole lot of time scrubbing there. He would not have wanted ideally to go around turn 1 in that fashion. Now he's going to have to be in a battle with Llewellyn Sutherland. In the meantime, Jonathan Pieterse, a very good run up the hill on Bjorn Roos. You seldom see Roos losing out in an uphill battle for DD2 today, in the D2 Masters class rather. Just caught Jared Jordan getting a look over his shoulder to see what was going on, but he's made a bit of a gap in between himself and Llewellyn Sutherland so he can breathe for a bit. 5.5 laps across, so we're at the halfway mark of this race. It's a 12-lapper. You can see Jonathan Pieterse trying to shorten that line, the racing line a bit more, see where he can gain on Bjorn Roos, and it's paying off at the double right so far. A battle between Justin Rogers and Roy Gruer materializing. Late on the brakes goes Pieterse. Equally as late was Roos, because there wasn't much of a difference between the two of them there. Now Roos seems to have found a bit more space coming out of the tunnel as well. I think his kart is coming back to life after that slight pause. But Pieterse, I can see, he has a bit of work to do as compared to a couple of laps ago. How things change in one lap. Jared Jordan still looking over his shoulder to see how far off the nearest Sutherland and Gruer are. Michael Jordan now in 7th place, ahead of Roy Gruer. So it is then Michael Jordan who's the most immediate threat to Llewellyn Sutherland. That was a very aggressive move down the inside by Llewellyn Sutherland down the inside. The look of Justin Rogers at pit corner. In the meantime, the gap still widening between Pieterse and Roos. Roos getting into prime operating conditions, it looks like. It's not an easy thing to concentrate being at full tilt for 12 laps. Someone might have appreciated a brief break for safety concerns. But there's not much of this race left. 8.5 laps is the mark we're at as Cristiano Morgado crosses the start finish to bring and introduce the 9th lap. Bjorn Roos comfortably in 2nd, Pieterse behind him in 3rd. Jared Jordan, impressive recovery from him in 4th place. Llewellyn Sutherland in 5th, and Justin Rogers in 6th place. field is evenly spreading across this time around. I think everyone's sort of found their rhythm. The challenge then is to upset that rhythm, see how I can break someone's concentration. It would be very difficult to break the concentration of one Cristiano Morgado, who's out the front with nothing to distract him. Man with the best chance possibly could be Jonathan Peterson, but we're 10.5 laps in, meaning our final lap approaches. So there's not much time for any of these gentlemen to try and mitigate these huge gaps we've seen so far. 2 or 3 seconds at a time. Closest gap and battle we've had, though, most recently was between Sutherland and Rogers down in the mid-pack. Do you remember there's quite a bit of incentive for all of these karters to keep pushing, because your lap pace in this heat determines where you're standing for the next one in terms of position and where you start off. So you always have something urging you along to push as hard as you can. Someone who's pushing the hardest at the moment, as ever, is Morgado as he begins the final lap. 42.4 he just set. So he knows pole is in the bag for the next race as he tries to bag this one. How late can Roy Gruer break to catch Michael Jordan? Or is it going to be a slam dunk for a man with an interesting namesake? Really thought Peterson had a chance there against Bjorn Roos, but he started to cook. But a man who's been cooking all day long is Cristiano Morgado in first place for the second heat of DD2 Masters. In second is Bjorn Roos. In third, Jonathan Peterson. Jared Jordan, fantastic recovery from him and improving on today's results overall. In fourth place, Llewellyn Sutherland. In fifth, Justin Rogers in sixth place. Michael Jordan seventh, and Roy Gruer bringing up the field in 8th place. We had 2 of our DD2 Masters fall away. Of course, Christian Boucher pulled aside safely at that for what seemed to be a safety technical issue rather. And we had Grant Beenstra safely recovered from an accident that he had coming out of the pits, and he had to peel off and could not finish his race. And that brings in the close of round 2 for all of our classes. And we start this again in a couple of minutes' time with the Bambinos, who are ready to peel out and get racing underway. The Bambinos get underway for Heat 3. It's lights on and lights off with a very good start for all the karters. First time of asking. Roddy Harris defending. Oh, we've got a barge there between De Oliveira, and it looks like that was Caleb Lingerfeld. Oh, they're not going to be happy with themselves there. More especially, I think De Oliveira was in with a great chance to battle for those front positions. I think Caleb, it looks like Caleb lost his, I think he upbraked himself there because he spun out in front of De Oliveira and he couldn't avoid a collision between the two of them. But no one too much at fault there. The kart track rather comes with its elements, and you have to ride the challenges as they come. Unfortunately, they came together there. But in the meantime, we've got some people celebrating the opportunities that came ahead of them. One of them being Aston Verheul, now in second place. And I think I see the bright Lumo helmet of Sebastian Shuttleworth in fourth. Trying to establish who's ahead of him. Can't quite tell yet, but I'm going to have a nice reset for my timing screen here in just a bit. In third place, yes, that is Russell Josephat, who's ahead of Sebastian Shuttleworth. In fifth place, rather, is Liam De Beer. And Ngwane in 6th place. Oh man, it's a lot of work ahead of Alonso de Oliveira. Let's see what he can produce. If it's not a better position, it definitely should be a better lap time than any of the men ahead of him for this race. It's going to serve him well to sort of peel away some of that gap fast as possible. This is the final chance that he has. It is race 3 for the day. After this, it is done for the Bambinos. And there goes Roddy Harris. I wonder if he knows that there may be something looming behind him, because it looks like Aston Verheul continues to try and close that gap, and he brings Shuttleworth as well as Josephat in tow. Down the inside goes Shuttleworth. He takes third from Josephat, who wants to answer back at turn 2, but doesn't quite commit there. I think he immediately pulled out. Shuttleworth, it's not quite over for him. As much as he's attacked, he now has to defend. The work never stops. He's trying to catch up to Aston Verheul. Shuttleworth has a very good run up that hill, and he's bringing Josephat in tow. I wonder if Verheul knows just how the battle behind him is building up. It's going to reach boiling point not too far from now. Not too long from now, rather. You can see Shuttleworth choosing a tighter line. He knows he has to defend because Josephat is not far off. On the inside of Verheul goes Shuttleworth, who's later on the brakes. It is Shuttleworth. Verheul, opportunity for a switchback. And he does. Switchback he does. Now Shuttleworth squeezing on that is Josephat. Getting his wheel on the grass there. Josephat loses his stuff around turn 1. Around turn 2. And he fell away from that top 3 battle, having lost all of the grip. Grip is of prime importance going around into turn 2. You lose it there, then you're definitely going to have a hard time recovering. In the meantime, someone who's recovered well from that back and forth was Aston Verheul. He still remains in 2nd place, and probably considering if he'd have to be defending from Shuttleworth in the next couple of laps. 3.5 laps across for this 8-lap race, but that changes quickly as we're now beginning our 4th lap. So we're more than halfway across the race for the Bambinos. Final race of the day for them. Things seem to be getting closer there between Shuttleworth as well as Verheul. Roddy Harris comfortably in the front. See how things are going there for Alonso de Oliveira, who has to get a mental exercise there and practice his mental toughness and trying to build back up and fight back and not give up. But he's made a couple of places already, or 1 place rather, from Caleb Lingefeld of late. And he's got Enzo Ngwane next in his sight. Roddy Harris looking in comfortable form and still trying to find as much pace as he can. Shuttleworth lining up a move for Verheul not too long from now. He does not mind going late on the brakes, and you can see it's looming. 59.5 is the best lap we've seen from so far, and that comes from Roddy Harris, who's making his way around turn 2. Shuttleworth gets closer still to Verheul. Nothing materializes into pit corner. And up the hill, if you get it wrong into pit corner, up the hill is going to be very difficult for you to get any pace or speed whatsoever. Looked like Verheul clipped the curb a bit with his inner left rear tire. There's the man with the 59.5. Roddy Harris, let's see if he can improve on that as he crosses the start-finish at the moment. He does not improve on that. He got a 59.8 this time around. 3/10 off, but when you're trying to beat yourself and you have that much margin, you can afford to be a bit comfortable. In the meantime, Alonso de Oliveira trying his best to peel back and claw his way back up the running order, rather. Sebastian Shuttleworth trying his utmost to find that gap that can get him past Aston Verheul, but it's not materializing. He's been trying for 3 to 4 laps now, but Verheul is wide as these karts come at the moment. Harris so far has not put a wheel wrong, and it's paying off for him as he remains our leader as we now enter our final lap for this Bambino race. In the second place, of course, Aston Verheul still, and he seems to have found 3 or 4 kart lengths ahead of Sebastian Shuttleworth. It's paying off well for him. Someone who would have been a prominent feature in this battle is, of course, Alonso de Oliveira. But unfortunately for him, Rubbing is racing, and anything can happen at a moment's notice. So he's had to work his way back up with a bit of a character building exercise for him. But a man of the moment so far, without a doubt, has been Ruddy Harris. Fantastic bit of racing for this heat, for the day in fact. Fought his way up from heat 1 all the way up until this moment. Fantastic to see that it's paying dividends. The checkered flag goes down for Ruddy Harris in first place. Aston Verheul not too far off in second. Sebastian Shuttleworth, his best result I think of the day, in third place. Brilliantly fought by him. Wow, what a close photo finish. We have to get a recount of those results. It's not very easy to tell the mid-pack apart. So I'll have that officially for you in a moment. Yeah, the top 3 definitely was mixed up. It wasn't a straight call. It was difficult for, in particular, I think Alonso had to fight his way back. But that's Bambino's for you. That's the grassroots Rotax racing class. This is where it all begins, and it's where some of the karters were getting ready to start now. The DD2s lined up and ready to peel off. It's Ruddy Harris officially in first, Aston Verheul in second, Sebastian Shuttleworth in third, Joseph Russell in fourth, Liam de Beer in fifth place, Alonso de Oliveira in sixth, Caleb Lingveld in seventh place, and Enzo Ohlengwane in eighth. Coming up the engines, stay tuned as the racing is about to begin. Final heat ready to begin for the DD2s. And that's the buzz and the hum of the first of the two-speed gearbox class. The DD2s are back at it for the third and final time for the day. The fastest man all day really has been Jamie Smith, setting himself at 41.7 to earn pole honors for the start of this race. Jason Coetzee improving as the day has progressed. He is in second place, less than a tenth off behind Jamie Smith in terms of pace and lap times that he set during Heat 2. That is going to make a huge difference for this race, because chances are he's going to have to set those kinds of lap times throughout this 15-lapper. It's one thing to try and bank pole lap when you're still in Heat 1 and 2. It's another altogether when you're in the final heat of the day and your lap times need to have immediate results reflected by the fall of the checkered flag. So let's see what that translates into for some of the most aggressive, some of the most talented and quick racing drivers we have here today. It's Heat 3 starting, lights on for DD2, and lights off when we go racing. Sebastian Boyd having a look down the inside behind Jason Coetzee, but didn't commit. Jamie Smith still has first place, but Brad Liebenberg capitalized ahead of Coetzee, who I think really did have to worry about Boyd. That was a genuine threat. And it looks like Dusan Radojevic lost out at turn 2 there. So far, Liebenberg already... Oh, I think Jason Coetzee went to put Ori there on the exit of pit corner. Malimela and Boyd already involved in a bit of a battle there. Lerato Sikudu watching from a very short distance away. What's crucial is what happens in these early laps. If you have the ability to stretch your legs now, you might as well do it. It's going to pay off towards the end, because none of these karters give away opportunities if they find them. 42.7 is what Jamie Smith can provide for us. The opening lap, Liebenberg still behind him, and Malimela now in third place. That is Karabo Malimela, the highest we've seen him progress so far. Now Coetzee definitely paying the price of what happened over a couple of laps ago, or rather half a lap ago. I wonder what went wrong there with Coetzee. He's going to have to try very hard to get back ahead of Malimela without losing a position, or before losing a position to Boyd, who's right behind him. That is 5th place. And by the looks of things, Coetzee would have to defend Boyd before he can attack on Malimela. Very late on the brakes in pit corner. Wow, what a run for Coetzee up that hill. You see he's wringing the car by its neck. Liebenberg and Jamie Smith out in the front, but not too far from each other. 2 kart lengths between them. The real battle is that for that 3rd place position. Coetzee now looking at Malimela, bringing him a lot closer in. Move is imminent given how late Coetzee can't get on the brakes as we've seen throughout the course of the day. Up the hill they go, that trio fighting for 3rd place. Coetzee the meat and the sandwich. Boyd ready to capitalize if something goes wrong with Coetzee's commitment to a move on Malimela ahead of him. Coetzee is already lining Malimela up. You can see him having a look down the inside. At the double left, both Boyd and Coetzee go down. Well done by Boyd to use Coetzee's toe there to get past Malimela. Malimela a little bit too generous there. Look at that, left the door open, and both Boyd and Coetzee said, "Thank you very much." So it's back as we started. Coetzee back in that top 3, with Sebastian Boyd now in 4th. And Boyd can get his full energy and concentration on... Oh, Malimela. Someone had a look down the inside. That was Matthew Wadley having a look. Possibly the double right as a place to overtake in a DD2 no less is not an easy thing to do, but that's exactly what Coetzee did to secure himself a win in Heat 1. Brad Liebenberg is reeling in Jamie Smith. You can see the pace. You can see the pace increase and the gap diminishing. Malimela will very soon have to defend on Wadley, with Nick Verstanis watching in the distance. Hasn't had the ideal date that he may have wanted, that is Verstanis. But anything can happen. Wadley closer still on Malimela. The double left is something to look out for. These DD2 seem to like that area in particular for overtaking moves. Boyd having a look down the inside of Malimela while Jamie Smith continues to lead ahead of Liebenberg. Boyd made that stick. He went down the inside of Malimela now, demoted to 4th. Really decent bit of traction there for Malimela at turn 2. Seemed to carry a lot more speed than Boyd. But Boyd makes up for it coming out of the tunnel. 6.5 laps across of these 15-lap race. Udo and Radojevic are also a bit of a battle of their own. They have Vastanis in sight, but not quite close to them. The focus for top honors has not changed as yet. The scene for the focus for top honors has not changed. Jamie Smith in the lead, Brad Liebenberg in second, and more recently, Sebastian Boyd getting into third place. Here now, trying his best to reverse the damage of losing out from third. And if there's anyone who knows how to do it, it's definitely him. Jamie Smith trying to see what the scene is behind him, looking over his shoulder. The scene is that Kutsia is about to go late as they go into turn 2. He pulls back a bit, but at any moment now, Boyd would have a massive defensive job to pull. It's always impressive to see the degree of control there is about the aggression all these racers have. Very professional. You see quite a number of these karters are quite seasoned on karting circuits and on main circuit. Yep, Brad Liebenberg is knocking hard on Jamie Smith's door, and soon he may just have to kick it down. Half a kart length in between the front two. Half a kart length in between the second and third, or third and fourth battle. But in the meantime, Brad Liebenberg went down the inside pit corner of Jamie Smith and made it stick. Smith had no answers to that. It's a very difficult place to answer back because of the quick turns and changes in elevation. Smith is just going to have to wait a little bit longer to get his own back, as we now begin the 10th lap of this race, more than 2/3 across race distance. That is Jamie Smith looking over his shoulder, maybe to see what the collateral would be, what the damage would be if you were to try and move on Liebenberg and lose out. Let me see how far back that battle for third place is. It's still Kutsia as well as Boyd, half a kart length in between them. Brad Liebenberg has the legs, definitely does, more than just a kart length in between him and Smith at the moment. He's found that pace that he needed. Someone else who's finding pace, Sebastian Boyd, 41.6, fastest man on the circuit, in the tow of Jason Kutsia, who's made that move stick. Took so long, but he definitely had it in mind and he made it stick. But look at that, the gap between Kutsia and Boyd speaks of something else. You'd swear he made the move so long ago. It was literally a couple of corners before. The Boyd losing out a lot more than he'd want to. Someone else who lost out more than they wanted to was Jamie Smith. You can see how much he's trying to hack away at that racing line to shorten it somehow, to get back at Brad Liebenberg, and seems to be paying off because there's half a kart length between them now. Going down into turn 2, he's going to try and diminish that gap even more. And still Liebenberg leads. Smith with a good run up the hill, a very good run up the hill, carrying so much speed up that corner. Kutsia now more comfortably in third place. His overall results are going to look fantastic for the day. Smith very close to his opportunity to dive down the inside of Liebenberg. 13.5 laps. Our final lap is approaching. Kutsia, not much to worry about at the moment. Third looks locked for him. Touch wood. Jamie Smith now officially the fastest man on circuit, no surprise by that. Just need a whole lot of aggression and speed to manifest from somewhere for him to get his place back out in the lead. Start first, you want to finish first. I marvel just how different the racing line Smith is taking is. In He's trying to shorten it as much as possible to get at Brad Liebenberg. And it doesn't seem to have paid off as yet, because we're on the final lap for the DD2 race for today. It's the final lap of the final race for DD2. Curb clip there by Jamie Smith, but he knows his fate was inevitable. He's seen the pace that Brad Liebenberg was able to produce for the final heat of the day in DD2 and collects the checkered flag. Does Brad Liebenberg in first place ahead of Jamie Smith in second, and Jason Kutsia, a very well fought third place for him. His overall is going to look really good, I reckon. And Sebastian Boyd in fourth place. Karabo Malimela, a really good feature for this race. He at some point was running third. Nick Vistanis, sixth place. Dusan Radojevic in seventh, who was involved in a back and forth at some point earlier on in the race between him and Olerato Sikudu. Matthew Wadley in ninth place, Jordan Moodley in 10th, and Ethan Steer bringing up the DD2 class in 11th place. And that was the final bit of racing, third heat for DD2 for the day. It's done and dusted for them, and they're probably out now counting their chips, counting their points to see how this affects their championship. And it's been really good and exciting to see them vying it out for top honors. In a little bit, we see the next class, the Minimaxers, who are already lined up and peeling out onto the circuit. And as ever, the formation lap is a bit of a slow-mo, chance for you to see what the racing line looks like and how little space these karters have to work with. 22 of these Minimaxes are going to be competing during the final heat of the Minimax class for today's racing. The most impressive we've seen so far have been the likes of Tebang Shisinwana, pole man in 46.2. He set in the previous heat to earn that honor. We have Brody Dowling, 46.29. I think that is 300th of a second between him and Shisinwana where lap time is concerned. And Rafael de Salsa, of course, ever a feature. And it's lights on for Minimax for the final heat of the day. Lights off and we go racing. The target is a tight space for turn one between the curb and the kart. And I think that is Goodman who came together with Dowling, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it was caught. That was caught. Oh, wow. I thought that was Boshoff. Let's have a look there. Oh, no. It was Shisinwana. Oh, my goodness. Very aggressive, very early on. And hopefully all carts are recovered. I see we have a full number so far. And De Salsa thanking his lucky stars. He was not involved in that. We're going to get a bit of a reset now in just a bit so we know exactly what the picture is after that little incident. As it stands, we've got the full train of carts out onto the circuit. You hear them squirming down into turn one. De Salsa in the lead. Boshoff in second place, Sisinoana now in third, Dowling in fourth place, Ronaldo Koen in fifth, Michael Danks in sixth place, and you have Ruvan Moritz in seventh. Michelle Goodman was demoted all the way down to 16th, despite his efforts to get up ahead. Sisinoana now ahead of De Sousa as of completing a journey over the bridge. Down into the double left now. De Sousa still has a lot of work to do. Leads don't last when it comes to the final heat of the day in arguably the most exciting class. We have to offer a bit of contact between De Sousa, Sisinoana, as well as I think that was Dowling behind him. Bit of a knock. There it was. De Sousa. There it is. Very, very close. All of them kept on the circuit. All four wheels on the black stuff. That's what we want to see. We need all these karters to finish their race. Up the hill, the battling does not stop. This kart is about to get very small for the next 10 or so laps. We've completed 2.5 so far. Sisinoana leads the pack now. And behind him is Dowling, Boshoff, De Sousa, Koen, and Moritz. Side by side there between a couple of the karters, Koen being one of them going to turn 2. Ooh, I see why it was a side by side. Koen lost out at turn 1, lost the position, was trying to gain it back. Mailu, that is, sorry, Sisinoana, I beg your pardon, stretching his legs, trying to get as far ahead as possible of Dowling. Seems to have worked out for the two of them separating from the pack. But as for them separating from each other, it's another story entirely. There was nothing in between them in qualifying, and nothing remains still. It's Dowling versus De Sousa, Sisinoana versus very, very close to contact there, turn 1. Always becomes a small space. De Sousa versus Boshoff. Dowling trying to brake as late as possible down a pit corner, and it's paying dividends for him. He carried a lot of speed coming out of the corner and going up the hill. And Sisinoana will be aware of that very soon. Didn't quite materialize for Boshoff behind De Sousa. And there you go. Dowling having a look down the inside. Makes it stick on Sisinoana. Switch back for Sisinoana. Does it work? Always better to be around the outside at this point when you're done with turn 1, because you can defend quite easily going to turn 2, which is exactly what Dowling does. Sisinoana really tried his best for the switch back. It's very tough given you've compromised your racing line at that point. Beautiful piece of racing from those two young karters. And it's not over yet. Sisinoana has a bit in his teeth, I would imagine. He's very ready to exact his revenge as they complete the double left. Let's see what happens at turn 1, because Sisinoana definitely is close enough to make a late braking attempt, but not quite. Seems like De Sousa has bought himself some breathing room from Boshoff. And Ruvan Moritz watching from a short distance just behind them. 6.5 laps. That's where we're at across this 12-lap race. And still, nothing in between that front two, Brody Dowling and Thabang Sisinoana. Double right is where Sisinoana chose to squeeze in even that much more on Dowling. Can't tell them apart. Down their roll for turn 1. Nothing yet, no looks down the inside. Dowling making sure he does not miss that apex. His eyes are glued to it. Sisinoana having a sniff down the inside. Doesn't want to commit to that. It's not as enticing. Scotty Falconer has made, so Ryan Falconer rather, you'd forgive my my Freudian slipped there. He's made a couple of places, 2 places up to 11th from 13th. So a good start for him. Bit more breathing room now from that is for Dowling from Shisinwana. Seems to have found some pace. Salsa trying to find as much speed as he can, so he can reel in that front two. It's going to make all the difference because we're closing in on the end of this race. It is, after all, 8.5 laps across of the 12. There's not much time, and it looks like that gap is quite significant between him and that front two. But he has the Salsa, that is, has a very good run up that hill, and he's cleared Bosch off quite significantly. He's almost within the same frame as Shisinwana as well as Dowling. You see these young karters concentrating as much as they can to maximize on the performance they have at hand. Fastest man, and the man maximizing the most is De Salsa at the moment at 46.2, because he knows what's at stake. He has to press really hard to keep up with the front two. Ronaldo Kuhn involved in a bit of a battle there with Callum du Toit down into turn 2. He's managed to make his kart wide enough not to give an opportunity to du Toit behind him. And by now, Dowling knows he has to defend with everything he's got. He's probably been counting the laps, and he can hear Shisinwana right behind him. Shisinwana having a look down the inside of double left, and he sticks to it and commits. Dowling, in all fairness, was generous with the space. Looks behind him to see how much he lost out. Not quite. Dowling maybe getting ready to get his own back not too long from now, considering the race is about to end. So all the opportunities have to be taken now. It's lap 10, and we're approaching the final lap of the race. Salsa with the front two in view there. He wasn't quite able to minimize the gap between. The third place is better than anything less than a podium. Shisinwana clears the back marker, but seems to open up a gap for Dowling, but there was nothing there for Dowling. We're beginning our final lap of the race as De Salsa also makes his way across, clearing the back marker. They're all looking behind them to see what the most immediate threat is. Focused on the chicken flag and what's behind them. I think the most relaxed of this front three or front four should be De Salsa. Has much less to worry about. Unless Max Boshoff could pull out a rabbit from his hat. Shisinwana seems to have had the beating of Dowling for the majority of this race, and he makes sure to leave the best till for the end rather, as he collects the checkered flag for the final heat for Minimax. The win goes to Tepang Shisinwana. Second place is Brody Dowling, who fought well against Gazoo Racing Carter, and in third place is Rafael De Salsa. Well-managed race for him. Max Boshoff in fourth place, Ravon Moritz in fifth, Callum du Toit in sixth place. Ronaldo Kuhn was involved in several battles with du Toit, eventually lost out there and took seventh place. Durrell Goodman in eighth place, Kian Reddy in ninth, and Michael Arda in 10th place. They're coming in thick and fast. That was a really, really impressive bit of racing from their front two, showing exactly what they have to offer for the future of South African kart racing. Coming up next for us is a class that's been waiting on the sidelines for quite some time now, but the senior maxes seem like they're all ready to go, and their karts probably are warmed up and in position to get that green flag to start their final heat for the day. Stay tuned, don't go too far. It's about to go down. 1/10 of a second separated Ken Swartz and Muhammad Wali, where pole honors are concerned. And Wali coming off the best. Let's see what separates them now as we start the final heat for Cinemax. It's the lights on, and the marshals aren't happy. I saw someone getting off their tram line before they had the signal for lights off. So we're going to start this again. Eager are the Cinemaxes. But as I was saying, 42.488 is what's Muhammad Wali put down in the previous race for him to earn his pole for the start of Heat 3, the final heat for Cinemax today. Ken Swartz behind him with a 42.60, and Maro Dalutz in third place, John Wilson in fourth, Kian Spies in fifth place. He's back in contention, having had to bow out of Heat 2. Michael Bezuidenhout in sixth place. That was the dark horse, the black horse feature for the previous race. He was there or thereabouts, and it paid off for him towards the end. Rashawn Goodman in seventh place, Charles Visser in eighth, Brandon van der Walt, the man with the mullet, in ninth place, and Kanya Ngwenya in 10th place, Neil Marks in 11th, Luca Werley in 12th, and we have lights on in our sights at the moment. Lights off, and we get racing again for the final heat in Senior Max. Look at that, profuse defense there from Ken Swartz trying to ward off Wilson behind him. Wally didn't have much to worry about, and in second is the capitalizing Maro Dalutz. He immediately leaps in there to take the gap left by Ken Swartz. Swartz still would have to worry about Wilson behind him. He's definitely not going to ease off, especially at the early part of the race. You want to get your tires very quickly into optimum temperatures. Kian Spies is also in the running there. That's going to be interesting to see how it materializes. Spies closing down on Ken Swartz going into turn one. Wilson not too far behind him. I think Spies will have to do some defending not too long from now. He looks closer and closer to a move rather from Wilson, as Kent begins to open a bit of a gap to comfort, or to relieve the pressure rather. I think it's something unique to Wilson, how he likes to will his kart over the hill, especially around the tunnel. Try to lighten himself and position him in a way that gives him a horsepower or two, a couple of hundred revs or two. But as it stands, as of one full lap completed, Muhammad Wali leads. Maro Dalutz in second, Ken Swartz in third, Kian Spies in fourth, John Wilson fifth place, Rashawn Goodman sixth place, Charles Visser in seventh. Fastest man on the circuit, however, as of 2 laps, is Michael Bezuidenhout with the 42.9. Cool, down the inside. What an aggressive dive there from Luca Werley at the most difficult point to overtake, the double right, and it didn't pay off for him there as he collided, it looks like, with Michael Bezuidenhout. Talk about aggressive, talk about a gap. That is Muhammad Wali stretching significant lead over ahead of Maro Dalutz, who has some friction building up there between Wilson and Ken Swartz behind him. Wilson's looking very, very racy, getting a bit off Ken Swartz's bumper. Swartz down the inside of Dalutz. Wilson also wants a taste, but Dalutz says no, not yet, which invites, looks like, Goodman to the party now. Lots of contact between Swartz, Goodman, Wilson and Dalutz. There's that nudge there between Dalutz and Swartz, which then was a domino effect that affected Wilson. And Goodman was watching from a distance, ready to pounce when the opportunity arrives. There's more invitees to the party apparently, Charles Visser being one of them, as he now wants a bit of the action. He's got Brandon van der Walt in tow. Oh, down the inside went Dalutz. Wilson said no, Dalutz said no back, and secured himself what looks like third place. It's like two abreast in 2 rows there. Very hard to tell them apart at the moment going down to turn 2. What's impressive is that all of them make it out of that turn unscathed. That was 4 or 5 karters within the same meter of space. And someone I'd say who came out the best of those was Rashawn Goodman, as he capitalized from that little melee into turn 2, because he's now got a side-by-side barge 1 with Brandon van der Walt and Jono Wilson in his sights for 3rd place. But Van der Walt also in a bit of a battle, it looks like, with, that is Michael Bezuidenhout right behind him, but they're neating things up by turn 1. No worries. That's what Ken Swartz is thinking for now. From a comfortable 2nd place. 6 laps across, 6.5 laps, I beg your pardon, across this 15-lap race. Mohammed Wali waltzing around the circuit in the comfort of speed. A 42.6 is the lap he set most recently. As he crosses the start-finish, he improves that with a 42.5. Ken Swartz right behind him, not too far adrift with a 42.55. Wally was on a 42.53. And we have Dalutz now worried about Wilson right behind him. They go down to turn 2, Wilson not in the zone to break as late enough to threaten. Turn 2 is a very tough space to overtake or break that late to gain a position. Down the inside goes Bezuidenhout on, it looked like Brandon van der Walt. Someone else capitalized there, I'm yet to find out who. That was a good move from Michael Bezuidenhout. He now has to worry about Charles Visser. He's got Charles Visser in tow. And it looks like Divyan Naidu as well. The mid-pack battle is quite something. Very, very appetizing. Way to appetite. Charles Visser has a look down the inside. Doesn't commit to it. Ahead of Michael Bezuidenhout. Closer still goes Wilson to Dalutz. Mohammed Wali leads the pack over the tighter section of the circuit, over the bridge. He goes as he continues to improve on his lap times, 42.4, the most recent one. Improving every lap so far since the beginning of the race. That's the standard. There's always room for more performance to be found. The times are tumbling for the entire class. Everybody's entered, or the front 2 rather, they've entered into the 42.4s. The rest of the pack dropping into the 42.5s. Bezuidenhout has a drama and a half materializing behind him. Can't speed down the inside. I think that was Neil Marks, if I'm not mistaken. Brilliant to secure that move down at turn 2, a very difficult place to overtake. Bezuidenhout has a very fast Brandon van der Walt who had a good run up the hill there behind him. It's not quite over for Kian Spies. He may be defending against Neil Marks not too long from now. It's lap 10 of 15 just started. And we haven't been short of things to talk about from the beginning of this race right up until this point. Brandon van der Walt skirmished a bit on the brakes, trying to catch up with Michael Bezuidenhout as they go down into the tunnel. This little part of the train, this 13 or so car train, is very, very active and you can't call anything. At the moment, the head of the mid-pack is Michael Bezuidenhout, but it might be too soon to call. As you can see, Brandon van der Walt reeling him in as much as he can. And he may have a couple of other karters in tow as well. It's Michael Bezuidenhout having a look over his shoulder, as he should. It looks like Neil Marks could not answer to Kian Spies again, as Spies has opened up that space even more. Someone who's continuing to open the space is Mohammed Wali out in the front, a good 3.6 seconds ahead of the pack. Jono Wilson in clean air, ahead, and behind him, that's Mauro Dalutz in 4th place behind him. Rashawn Goodman has made some decent traction for him to get into the 5th place. 42.3, the times keep tumbling. That's the latest release from Muhammad Wali. He's got a win on the horizon. He's also got Formula 4 Saudi Arabia on the horizon. Such is South African talent. Kid Swartz continues to try to close that gap, but he's so comfortable at the moment. No threat, nothing to take him off his line or threaten him. Something taking someone off their line, or someone taking someone off their line is Charles Visser. He and Rashawn Goodman are involved in quite an interesting battle there. They're very close together, and it looks like Charles Visser is cooking something for a bit later on in the race. But later on is not very far ahead of us because we're 13 laps across and we're about to start the final lap of this final heat of Senior Max, as Muhammad Wali makes his way across the bridge and into the double left to start that lap. And there we have it. The final lap begins. We have the marker up. Solid day's racing it's been for this young man, Muhammad Wali. A picture of composure. You can see ensures ultimate control of the kart at all points of the circuit, no matter how shaky and difficult. Shaky and difficult it's getting for Michael Bezeno. He's got a threat on his hands right behind him in the form of Brandon van der Walt. As Muhammad Wali completes that double right, and you can see that just how stable sometimes that part of the circuit can be. It takes a lot of skill for you to navigate it as smoothly as he has for the duration of the day from heat 1 until 3. It's Muhammad Wali who's done exactly this. Win. He takes the final race for Senior Max in first. In second place is Ken Swartz. In third place is John Wilson. And we have Mauro Dalutz in a comfortable 4th. Rashawn Goodman, a well-fought 5th. Several players. Oh, I beg your pardon. Charles Visser, he secured that battle and made it stick. He was cooking something and it paid off. He took himself that 5th place from Rashawn Goodman right at the end. Divya Naidu in 7th. Brandon van der Walt in 8th place. Michael Bezuidenhout involved in quite a bit of the action today, particularly in the tail end of the Senior Max racing in 9th place. Kian Spies in 10th place. Neelan Marks involved in some battles with Kian, but lost out, unfortunately, for him in 11th. Luca Werley in 12th place. He had a bit of an oopsie at some point at the double right. Didn't quite pay off for him. Cole Hewitson in 13th place. And a couple of casualties, Liam Polome, Kanyangwenya, and Nzalo Koza. Or rather, Kanyangwenya and Nzalo Koza did not start for that race when Liam Polome was unfortunately a casualty and lost out. Could not finish the final heat for the day. And on the horizon, not only is it the sunset, we've got Micro Max Race 3, the final race for the day, coming up with Matthew Shuttleworth spearheading this group of young karters. Stay tuned. And it's the formation lap. It's the final countdown for the final race for Micro Max. Matthew Shuttleworth, Liam Wharton, Adrian Steyn, Michael O'Mahony, Noah Crenier, Luc Dutoy, Luan de Vet. I've exchanged those names at a moment's notice several times today, and we're going to do it for one last time because all those young karters have been in with a chance to prove just how fast they are versus their fellow racers. for one last time. They crawl at snail pace to show us exactly how this beautiful circuit snakes along and just how much space they have to work with as they overtake each other, or just how little, depending on how you look at it. And what it's looked like so far, or as of Heat 2 for the day, Matthew Shuttleworth, the fastest man with a 47.1, a 1.0 and a 47.13 for Liam Wharton, not too far behind him. 300ths of a second between the front two. Adrian Steyn closer still, also on a 47.13. We have lights on for the final heat for the Micromats for the day. And as ever, we're going to have to restart that. And it gives us a chance just to get a perspective on just how close these karters are to each other where lapping pace is concerned and how they qualified for the race. Michael O'Mahony, who's in fourth, is where I left off. He's got a 47.14. There's really 400ths of a second between the top four. I don't know what that looks like in distance, but I don't imagine it's longer than a ruler, a 30 centimeter ruler. Then you've got in fifth place, Noah Crenier with a 47.30. He's 2/10 off the leader. Luc Dutoy in sixth. Laurent de Vet in seventh. Jaden van der Merwe in eighth place. Alessio Brits in ninth. Roman Hussein, 10th place. Kyrie Chetty in 11th. Mia Hermanus in 12th. Igor Estevez in 13th place. And Omele Momfana in 14th place. Now let's try this again. Surely these young Micromax karters have sharpened their pencils a little bit and gotten things a bit more straight, so we can get racing underway for the final race, a 12-lap race. And we have lights on as our Micromaxes face the home straight. The lights off and we go racing with Shuttleworth ready to defend the inside as ever. Oh, someone has a look down the inside there. I think that was Noah Crenier. He came back from so far back. But immediately a casualty. I think that was Michael O'Mahony who lost out in that battle, in that melee at turn one. There was side-by-side contact with one of the karters, and O'Mahony came off the worst. But up the hill goes Shuttleworth. And with very little to worry about, especially as to what's going on behind him, he's going to want to bang in those lap times as quick as possible and set the standard high as he can, so he doesn't have to worry about Adrian Steyn, who's right behind him. I beg your pardon, Noah Crenier, who's right behind him. Behind Noah Crenier, we have Liam Wharton, and Adrian Steyn, who I mentioned before, is in fourth place. He already is worrying that is Liam Wharton ahead of him going down to turn two, but it's a very difficult space to make an overtake stick, especially if you don't have your tires yet at the optimum temperatures and your grip level hasn't increased as much as you'd want. And up the hill, snaking along at the double right they go. You've got to be absolutely aware of what's going on around you, so the karters keep looking over their shoulders to see what the most immediate threat is. So far it's Crenier that is going to be a problem for Shuttleworth if he doesn't open that gap as quick as possible. They're both in the same 10th of a second, that is Crenier and Shuttleworth, and people equally as difficult to tell apart, Liam Wharton and Adrian Steyn, as well as Laurent de Vet, bit of a feature there. Liam Wharton getting a bit shaken there, stirred by the kinks around the double right, and he's going to pay the price for it because now he has to suddenly find the pace he lost there. He's got two karters to worry about. But it doesn't look like Adrian Steyn is going to worry him. Oh, I spoke too soon. Down the inside into turn one goes Steyn. And he's going to come into frame just now. As you can see him, he secured that move and made it stick. And the 3.5 laps across for this 12-lap race, the final race for the day for the Micromax class. They're coming in thick and fast. You don't want to miss it. If you hadn't had a chance, go over onto YouTube and join us for the live stream and catch a few interesting details and engage with each other on social media, of course. Like, comment, and subscribe, so the saying goes. There goes Mark Shuttleworth. Should we call him Mark for a bit? I think we should. Matthew Shuttleworth, not the fastest man on the circuit. It's Noah Crenier who's using a tow from Shuttleworth. The 47.1 he just set now. Shuttleworth just recently got a 47.3, so he's not as quick as before. Very good run up the hill from Shuttleworth. Correcting everything Crenier might be doing wrong as they navigate the double right and go up the hill. You can see him narrowing the line. The racing line is quite tight where Shuttleworth is concerned as compared to Crenier. He'll want to very quickly correct what's been wronged in his sight, but that's racing. Wharton now navigating the circuit comfortably, relatively in fourth. Never lasts long, does it? Shuttleworth still trying to mitigate damage. Aggressively goes Crenier, trying to get his car to obey him. Going down to the double right and up the hill. And it seems to have worked for him because he's got a kart length between him and Shuttleworth. 5.5 laps, we're at the halfway mark. 6th lap begins now. And the lead man is Noah Crenier, ahead of Matthew Shuttleworth and Adrian Steyn, a bit further adrift in 3rd place, though he would not be complaining because he has no headaches to worry about. Foremost of which would be Liam Wharton, but also he's in a comfortable 4th. Laurent de Wet, a bit further adrift in 5th place. Tlotleang Tekiso in 6th place. I think that's his highest position we've seen him so far throughout the day. Shuttleworth having a look down the inside at the double right of Crenier, but there's no gap manifesting as yet. But now, by now, Crenier knows he has a lot to worry about over the next couple of laps and may have to do some quite aggressive defending. Shuttleworth has a look down the inside at the very beginning of the start finish. Who's later on the brakes? Shuttleworth apparently. And Crenier concedes defeat, at least for now. We still have a bit of time in our hands. Beautiful stuff from the two. How close was that? Could not tell them apart, and inevitably rubbing is racing, but both of them handled that very well. Remained in control. And the man in control now is Matthew Shuttleworth, leading the 16 kart field of the Micromax class. Best lap we've seen so far still remains and belongs to Noah Crenier, 47.1. Let's see if Shuttleworth would improve on that, but highly unlikely given he was overtaken during this lap. Would be impressive if he managed to pull that off. Adrian Steyn, as of now, is the quickest man on the circuit with a 47.116. Crenier had a 47.117, so hardly anything between them. Laurent de Wet trying his best to reel in Wharton. It's going to prove quite difficult given how little time he has to do that. 3 or so laps. As we are at the 8.5 lap mark. As ever, Shuttleworth and Crenier. Crenier trying to go narrower to offset where Shuttleworth is placing his kart. Crenier down the inside, later on the brakes and makes it stick. Is it too soon? A lot of room given there by Shuttleworth. That was fair racing. He knew exactly where Crenier was and allowed it to happen. And tucked in very quickly, perhaps trying to get a switcheroo there, or not to lose too much traction and stay on his line so he can keep within that half a tenth between the two of them. And he stays exactly there. As you look at that, These two have, down the inside. Shuttleworth putting his nose in on the exit of the double right. I've hardly ever seen a move completed there. Entry is more likely. That was close. He had a really, really good run there, but it didn't quite pay off. Gonna have to wait a little bit longer, as Noah Cronier is not giving him much of a choice. Adrian Steyn watching from a distance what's unfolding before him. These front two have shared the same 2 meters of kart for a good 36 laps today. And they've done so quite expertly considering their age. And that 2 meters diminishes very quickly as Shuttleworth goes down the inside at the double left. And Noah Cronier has no answers to that. In the lead goes Shuttleworth. That's exactly what he was waiting for. He knew he had enough time to actually secure and get his own back. And he waited for the final lap for that to happen. Very, very smart racing. Cool, calm, and calculated. But it seems to have allowed for Adrian Steyn to reel them in. That back and forth between the two of them. Cronier may have to watch out. We are on the final lap. Very, very few corners. The last corner is what remains now as they complete that trip over the bridge. Shuttleworth shutting the door, making sure nothing happens. And he secures that third and final win for the Micromax class. Took the chance when it was, calculated, calm, collected, and expertly executed. Well done, taking the third and final race of the day. Does Matthew Shuttleworth, I beg your pardon. Noah Cronier in second place. Adrian Steyn had to watch from a distance for the majority of this race, but it secured him a third place. You just have to be there or thereabouts a lot of the time, and he did exactly that. Liam Wharton, another who was there or thereabouts, and didn't succumb to any of the argy-bargy earlier on in the race in fourth place. Laurent de Vet in fifth. Michael O'Mahony, fortunately for him, probably lost off the worst, having come away from a bit of a knock that he took at the beginning of the race. He fell away and went all the way down to sixth. Alessio Brits in seventh. Luke Dutoy, eighth. Jaden van der Merwe in ninth. Kairi Chetty in 10th place, again, consistency. Ronald Fenter in 11th. Roman Hussein in 12th. Igor Estevez in 13th place. Maya Manus in 14th and Umule Momfana in 15th place. Gotleng Tekiso, having been in 6th or 7th place at some point during this race, sadly for him, fell away. And we have him in frame being recovered by some of the marshals just before turn 2. We're going to wait for him to get back into the pits, and once it's safe to resume racing, we close it off for another of today's classes, the Junior Max. Final time we're going to see the Junior Maxes out strutting their stuff under the sunny sun of Western Pretoria. Stay tuned. Blink and you'll miss it. It's Junior Max for the final time, for the third and final time. Lead karter is Keegan Martin with a 42.4 that earned him that place. Keegan Beaumont, no surprise there, in second place. He raced quite well and was involved in a lot of the action that we saw in Heat 2. He earned himself a decent position in second. William Marshall in third. George Lanitz in fourth place. Jenna Pasquale in fifth. Spice Mailula in 6th place, Luke Hill in 7th, Emma Dowling in 8th place, Aman Quinoa in 9th, Christian Ferreil, 10th place, Jordan Whaley in 11th, JC Swart in 12th, and Anvil April brings up the 13 kart field for the Junior Maxes. Interesting to see the circuit transform. Every time you see a different form of kart getting onto it, just makes different demands of each of these karters in their varied levels of skill. So let's see what the Junior Maxes have to offer for us. The Junior Max is approaching lights out. Lights off, and we go racing with Martin down the inside, immediately ready to defend. Looks like Keegan Beaumont might lose out to Marshall there. Lose out he does because he's out on the inside, but Beaumont has a chance to recover going down to turn 2. Bit of a knock from the rear coming at Beaumont. So he loses out and is in third by the time they get through the tunnel. So it's Marshall capitalizing as soon as he could. Beaumont, nice to worry about Pascual right behind him. Behind her is Georgia Lennox. And behind her is Luke Hill. Very little space in between them now. Seems like Quinoa is watching from a distance for now. Something might materialize. What has materialized so far, at least by the way of Marshall, is a 1 or 2 place jump. He's now in second place. Keegan Beaumont in third. Jenna Pascual, fourth place. Can't yet tell the front two apart. Understandably so, still so early on in the race, but it seems like they have the same mentality in mind. Get in those hot laps as quick as possible so your tires can get into optimum performance. Otherwise, in the case of Keegan Martin, he's going to have to worry about any one of Marshall, Beaumont, or Pascual diving down the inside and capitalizing on what he hasn't been able to produce. Beaumont having a sniff there down the inside. Oh, Beaumont commits to an overtaking move on Marshall. Well done. It looked a bit tentative, but he committed. Marshall answering back down the inside of turn 2. This is what we like to see. Beaumont compromised out on the outside. Difficult to get the momentum back once you've gone on the rumble strips there. Marshall said no thank you. Double overtake there at pit corner. I think it was Lennox and couldn't tell who else. The glare of the sun is just that much more at this time of the day. I think that was, Lennox and Hill down the inside of Beaumont. Beaumont will be kicking himself considering where he started, but plenty time. 12 and a half laps or so. Just started lap 3. Pascual down the inside of Marshall. Surprise, surprise. Back where she would say she belongs. Her performance has been stellar all day long. Marshall might have been looking around the wrong shoulder there, but he was very fair and gave a lot of space for Pascual to secure the move. And away goes Martin. Nothing to worry about so far. Marshall, however, has plenty to defending. Luke Hill is looking racy very early on. That's going to be a provider of a bit of excitement for the next couple of laps, I'd imagine. Luke Hill being no slouch. And Marshall having proven himself all day long. But if Marshall does not do something, Lennox is going to do exactly that. Trouble him. And trouble him she does. She lets out a quick sorry there. That was a bit uncomfortable for the both of them. Down into turn 2. Marshall still has to try his best to recover and catch up to Lennox ahead of him. Approaching the double left, Luke Hill still looks comfortable, not yet in a mode where he has to defend from Lennox. Beaumont trying to get closer to Marshall to have a look at some point, some way he's going to make it stick. He's been racy all day long. And Amani Quinoa may be there to pick up the scraps if something happens. He's close enough to threaten Beaumont as it stands. And you remember Marshall has lost out in a couple of places now, so he's going to want to recover as soon as possible instead of getting caught up in a mid-pack battle. That applies to Beaumont as well. Hill with Leonard in tow, looking very, very close there. Leonard maybe lining him up not too long from now. Hill very smartly giving that let's go signal. Let's focus on what's in front of us. I wonder if Leonard is going to listen. Oh, to be fair, her focus is overtaking Luke Hill. He's in front of her. And she just might. Very good run from Leonard up the hill on Hill. Better still down the double right. Marshall there looking at what might materialize, but he might worry about Beaumont before overtaking Leonard and Hill. Leonard on the inside of Hill at the double left makes it stick. Hill very fair, giving space. He knew it was coming. And he tries to get his own back down the left of Leonard's at turn 1. Late as you like on brakes. Explains why he let it by so easily at the double left. He knew he'd get his own back. Keegan Martin, remember him? 1.1 seconds rather ahead of the pack. Comfortably so, but it's still Hill, Lennox, Marshall, Beaumont, and Quinoa waiting, lurking. And Pasquale, of course, comfortably in second place. And she certainly knows how to find the lap time despite not having a tow. Marshall, Hill might exchange some paint there. Leonard's ahead of Hill now. Makes it stick. Marshall's next. Blocks off Beaumont going to turn 2. Avoiding any more collateral than he would have wanted in that moment. Could go from losing 1 place to losing 3 at a moment's notice. See Luke Hill's inner left jacking up there a lot more so than others at the top of the hill at Rotax. Getting that extra rotation in. Pasquale seems a lot closer than I last checked to Keegan Martin. In the meantime, someone who's a lot closer to the front 3 is Marshall, having overtaken Luke Hill at turn 1. Cleanly executed there. Very clean. So now in his sights is Georgia Leonard, and in the sight of Keegan Beaumont is Luke Hill. As we complete our 9th lap for the race, we're 9.5 laps across, and Keegan Beaumont is looking very close at the moment. He's waited so long. I don't know if his opportunity's come and gone at some point, but surely there is a chance for him because he's so close. He's so close to getting his chance against Luke Hill. And that he does at the moment in turn 1. He's ahead of Luke Hill, well secured by him. Now Manny Quinoa still in the conversation there. I'm not leaving him out of that one because he's definitely in with a chance. Hill very soon might be ruining the chance he gave to Beaumont. Beaumont now has Marshall in his sights for a possible battle for 4th place. But just a reminder of how it stands. If you need one, Keegan Martin in 1st, Gianna Pasquale 2nd place, Georgia Lennox in 3rd, now in secured podium position, William Marshall in 4th, Keegan Beaumont in 5th, Luke Hill in 6th place, Manny Quinoa in 7th, Emma Darling in 8th, and Christian Freire in 9th, and Spice Mailula wraps up our top 10. Up the hill goes Lennox with Marshall to worry about. Should she worry, as we've got 3.5 laps or so remaining? Maybe she can pull off a defense strong enough. Marshall may have a surprise and something up his sleeve for the remainder of this final Junior Max heat for the day. Not close enough for Marshall. But he's still having a look, he's still there. Quinoa's falling away slightly, and he may have to worry about, it looks like Emma Dowling. She's not in overtaking position as yet, but she's definitely benefited from his drop in pace. Beaumont having a look at Marshall. At some of the most difficult places to do so, the double right. see Spice Mailula being urged along by his fervent support. Great to see. Beaumont defensive as ever on Marshall. Great move from him, had it looking committed. Now Luke Hill's in the running for turn 2. Always happens like that. It's a bit of a domino effect. Dominoes has fallen well though for Keegan Martin. Dominated this heat, absolutely dominated and cleared himself. All the battling he had to do in heat 1 and 2. Saw it fit to lead than to follow. Marshall now has to try and recover what he just lost from Beaumont, who has shown that intention to race from the beginning. And as we're now on our final lap for the race, your chance is now and you have to take it if you find it. And someone who took their chances and found them is Keegan Martin. Can't stress enough just how much he dominated and made sure to clear himself of all the trouble. Like, a lot of the time can be unnecessary. What is necessary when you're racing, of course, is to win, and when he does. Keegan Martin, for the Junior Max class, final race of the day, takes the checkered flag. Well done. Gian Pasquale, second place. Georgia Lennox in third. Keegan Beaumont, brilliantly fought fourth place. Luke Hill in fifth. William Marshall in sixth. Amani Kinyuan, seventh. Christian Pereil in eighth place. Jordan Whaley in ninth. And Spice Mailula wraps up the top 10. Jesse Swart in 11th, Emma Darling 12th, and Anwar April in 13th place. And that was the Junior Max for the final time for the day. And we have just one more to go. I'm waiting for the DD2 Masters class to line up, and they've done exactly that. They're getting ready to peel out and show us what they have one last time. Back underway for the final time with the DD2 Masters. It's race 3, and your starting grid starts with, of course, Cristiano Morgado, alongside him is Bjorn Roos, who had a bit of a start today in the pit lane, but he was able to get out A-OK. Jared Jordan in third place, Jonathan Peterson in fourth, Christian Boucher as well in the mix there. He had to peel out at some point during the previous race. I wonder what the technical niggle was there, but he probably has a very competent team of mechanics who were able to get him back out onto the circuit. There's Bjorn Roos, recovered and back in second place where he belongs. Final bit of warming up your tires from each of the karters before we get things underway for the last times. The last race for the DD2 Masters, and it's the last race of the day for today's SA RMC Championship. Lights off and we go racing with Morgado defending down the inside. Very aggressive dive there from Jared Jordan in second. Fantastic stuff from him. Bjorn Roos got caught napping there and he's paid the price. They will make it out the tunnel smooth as ever. A lot of switching and changing there around at pit corner. Jared Jordan still well in position in second now. Jonathan Peterson trying to trouble Bjorn Roos as quickly as he can before he gets away, as we know he very well can do. Jared Jordan looking aggressive in this first bit of the race so far. We've got a 12-lapper ahead of us. Peterson probably thinking, what you need to do now before it's too late, before Roos goes off into the sunset, quite literally. It's been a long day of racing, but a great day of racing nonetheless, and I hope for one last time you can join us on our live stream on YouTube to catch the remainder of today's racing action. 10 laps or so remain from a really exciting day's racing. So much support being seen on our YouTube live stream, particularly for the likes of Bjorn Roos. He's getting quite a lot of shout outs on our YouTube channel. As it stands, it seems like that support may pay off for him. He's got a lot of work to do from third to get back ahead of Jared Jordan, but it seems like that uphill grunt that he's, in my eyes, come to be known for today is paying off for him. The man has done nothing wrong all day long, Cristiano Morgado. And that is not an unfamiliar statement. Seasoned karter, multiple world champion. That pedigree speaks for itself. Jared Jordan may have something to worry about not too long from now. Bjorn Roos reeling him in, but Jonathan Peterson is there as well. He's in tow. He's not going to be left behind. Still a chance. There's still something in it for him. Jared Jordan looking over shoulder to see how much of the damage Bjorn Roos has mitigated and recovered from. Jordan knows it's coming at some point. As you can see, there's hardly anything now left for Roos to do until he overtakes Jordan. Jared Jordan getting ready to put a fight up. It's never easy, especially when it comes to DD2 Masters. Call them Masters for a reason. Christian Boucher watching from afar, that front four. And it may not be too far if something falls his way between these two, but they keep it so neat and clean. Do the Masters. Hardly a wheel put wrong all day long for the entire class, let alone the leaders. Around pit corner, Roos tries up the hills where his strength has seemed to be all day long. And you can see just how close he is to Jordan at the moment. There's a move imminent and Jordan knows it. Looking over his shoulder. Is it now? Simultaneously, Jordan and Roos looking over to see what's going on. Roos has less to worry about than Jordan does. Pieterse is still quite a way off, but you have to know what might happen if your move doesn't pay off. 42.5 being the fastest lap we've seen. 2/10 ahead of the nearest and the closest. That is from Cristiano Morgado, the fastest lap, of course, and Jared Jordan in second. Roos still trying to create a door. If he was knocking, he's now trying to kick it down. Jordan putting up quite a fight. Love to see it. If you're going to get it, you're going to work for it, Mr. Roos, is the caption I'm seeing, at least for where I'm sitting. Down the inside goes Roos at pit corner. Fair space given by Jordan, but Pieterse also put his nose in there, went side by side with Jordan. They came together going up the hill, but stayed on the circuit somehow. Christian Boucher there, but nothing fell his way apart from a slightly slower Jonathan Pieterse. And Boucher has a look down the inside, the double left. Couldn't make it stick. That's exactly what happens. You can see why they bide their time so much for these overtaking moves, because something could happen that throws a spanner in the works, and you may be capitalizing on an opportunity you never thought you had, or you're the collateral. Someone who nearly became the collateral there was Jordan. But Roos looking good in second, back where he wanted to be. Jonathan Pieterse now probably has acknowledged now, okay, I've got to start again. He's going to have to create the opportunity himself now from fourth place. It's not Roos who's going to have a move on Jordan anymore. It's all pure pace that Pieterse has to find to get past Jordan. Jordan makes a mistake, it looks, coming out of turn one, and Pieterse closes a gap, and it's as if it never existed. In real time, this is happening. As we were saying it. Down the inside goes Pieterse on Jordan. Makes it stick. By the time he's up the hill, he should be comfortably placed back in third place. And there is Pieterse. It's as if nothing happened. 10th lap starts now. The next lap is our final lap. And even then, I still insist it's not too late to get onto our YouTube. Boucher and Jordan now in a battle. Jordan really, I think, has fallen victim to something a lot more than just being overtaken, apart from the mistake. Because Boucher was nowhere near in sight for the position he's in now, and that's ahead of Jordan. Oh, Jordan will be asking himself questions there. He's got a couple of laps. You've got the final lap that just started for him to get his position back. So Boucher is going to have to put up quite a defense if Jared Jordan from 5th place is going to make his move. But so far, it doesn't seem as likely. What seemed highly likely, of course, is the win for Cristiano Morgado, who has not set a wheel wrong. Unsurprising for a 4-time world champion. This is right up his alley and well within his basket of tricks. Brilliant day's racing for the third and final time for the day. The winner for the DD2 Masters, Cristiano Morgado in first place, and in second place is Bjorn Roos. In third goes Jonathan Pieterse and Christian Boucher in fourth place, in a battle there with Jared Jordan, which he ultimately lost out in fifth. Sutherland in sixth place, Rogers in seventh, Roy Gruer in eighth place, and Michael Jordan, number 1, 2, 3 there in ninth place. Kron Bienstra pulled in and could not complete the race. Thank you to everyone for coming out to the west of Pretoria for today's racing. RMC has been a great round 2. We're looking forward to the next round. Be sure to join us there, and of course keep track of things online on our website. Kart Circuit as well as on our YouTube channel. Looking forward to seeing you there. My name is Prince Ndiweni and it's been a pleasure.
When the sun goes down, the lights come on, and it's the driver's chance to shine.
The track under the lights looks really good.
Well, it's definitely a change of atmosphere. It's like everything's closer, so you just feel 10 times faster. Last night was a bit cooler, there's a humidity in the air. I think the track loses a bit of grip, but the times are still pretty quick. I mean, it's all some of the best drivers in the world, so everyone here should know how to adapt to that. Yeah, well, it's very special because you don't do that normally, and I enjoyed it a lot. I guess we feel a bit more like superstars at night time, I guess.
Calm before the storm. A new continent, a new culture, and the steepest hill in world karting to overcome and organise the most iconic image of the Rotax Grand Finals. It isn't only the drivers who must be inch perfect. Ahead of each driver lies 6 grueling days of competition. Equal equipment, equal engines. There is something different this year. As the Rotax reach grows, Brazil is truly special. The heat of the sun burns. Brazil's beauty, bewitching. Its sights and sounds, breathtaking. It is a new challenge for nearly 400 drivers. Everyone has battled all year to get here, and now they face a track carved out of the side of a mountain. Designed to reward the brave, the fearless, the clever. Designed to reward the best. When the cheers and waves of the crowd are left behind, it all comes down to this. Each year the Grand Finals gain more colour, more personality, more laughter and more bonds from nation to nation. Rivals on track, friends off it. But when the final approaches, one by one the contenders fall, until only the very best remain. Those few, those lucky few who kept their cool, held their nerve, who conquered the mountain, the reward is the title of champion. Rotax champion of the world. They celebrate, their nation celebrates, we celebrate. BRP Rotax would like to thank all their drivers, their families and official partners for making the 2018 Grand Finals a truly unforgettable experience. Thank you, Brazil, and good luck to the hosts of next year's 20th annual Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. We will see you in Sami.
So tell me, why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. When others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every tenth, every hundredth, every thousandth, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us.
Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax.
Winning is everything, but it is not the only thing. 384 champions, a rainbow of colour, hope and pride.
It changed my whole life, and there's no other event in the world like it.
I love it. It's part of my life.
Bahrain unfolds before them, a floodlit ocean of sand under an ink-black sky, a roller coaster of tarmac and emotion. Months after month they have toiled in every country, every track, in all conditions, to grasp hold of their prize, their ticket, their golden opportunity. Behind each contender, the love, the drive, the joy and heartache is shared equally. The time and sacrifice is all of ours. Each moment, each race is felt from afar, from the pits, the stands, the grid.
It put hairs on your arms, you know. It's such an emotional experience for everyone. Win, lose or draw, there's such a passion for it.
The moment arrives. Summon every sinew and go for broke. If you don't take your opportunity, a rival will. Glory, triumph, victory or defeat, all flash by like a feather blowing on the hot breeze. With every grand final, a champion is crowned, standing tall on the shoulders of us all. It sits in silence, just one of hundreds, built to be equal. Once selected, it will become unique. Lap after lap, session after session, every minute change matters, a never-ending quest. Each delicate adjustment is observed, measured, monitored. Piece by piece, the puzzle is solved. Speed, grip, hard on the brakes, turn in, make it bite. Gradually, it is molded, until finally it is ready, but not complete.
It's a really immediate kind of adrenaline buzz. Nothing has the excitement of karting. My name is George Robinson. I've been involved in karting for many, many years. Fairness and sportsmanship in karting is a very broad subject, but before Rotax Max came along, there was many different engine manufacturers competing in the same class. Rotax Max was really the first major attempt at running a one brand racing, which is what we have here today. That had changed karting completely because it meant that it was much easier to get the same baseline, a fair level of performance with an amazing level of reliability from a new product that was much more modern. It was the dream of the Rotax company to introduce this category. The Rotax Max was designed to be as much a leisure use engine as a racing engine. But what's happened throughout the world, not just in the UK, it's proven to be the most popular class worldwide. Racing is very difficult to say it's completely fair, because things happen on track that might be an incident you say isn't fair, but as far as the equipment is concerned, as far as the engines are concerned, it is the fairest it has ever been in this sport in the 50 years I've been involved.
So tell me, why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. When others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every tenth, every hundredth, every thousandth, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us.
Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax.
When I saw the karts for the first time, it was just magic. I loved my first race suit, helmet, gloves, and boots. I looked like a hero, my own superhero. And when I went on the track, I knew this was my dream. The rumble of the engines behind me, the screech of the tires around me, and I was in control of it all. I felt like the king of speed. Then I learned it would take much more to be first. But every time being second just made me strive harder for victory. Week after week, month after month, we learned, we practiced, we traveled, and we raced. We couldn't buy speed, we had to learn it. The power was always there, and it was down to us to unlock it. Every year we set out with one goal, one dream: to earn my ticket to the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Money can't buy the feeling I got when I qualified. Money can't buy the feeling we had when we knew all those years of hard work was worth it. And now I am here. I raced my way to a ticket to the most spectacular, most colorful, most unique karting event in the world. All the sacrifices were worth it for the chance to compete with the best, to finally be among the best, and to give it all I had. To hit every apex perfectly. To be the best Rotax driver in the world. To be part of this is like a crazy dream. To get to the final, to hold your flag, to hear your anthem on the podium. I have raced, I have competed, and I have won. Through all these years, I made so many friends. I became a part of the Rotax family. The noise, the color, the speed, it still makes my heart beat faster, my eyes open wider, and my desire to race gets stronger. And still to this day, I feel like the king of speed.
When the sun goes down, the lights come on, and it's the driver's chance to shine.
The track under the lights looks really good.
Well, it's definitely a change of atmosphere. It's like everything's closer, so you just feel 10 times faster. Last night was a bit cooler, there's a humidity in the air. I think the track loses a bit of grip, but the times are still pretty quick. I mean, it's all some of the best drivers in the world, so everyone here should know how to adapt to that. Yeah, well, it's very special because you don't do that normally, and I enjoyed it a lot. I guess we feel a bit more like superstars at night time, I guess.
Caleb Lingerfeld, as well as Roddy Harris, who impressed me quite a bit in the way he was aggressive from early on. Alonso de Oliveira, a prominent feature in Heat 1, and you better watch out for all of those names going into this race. Behind that front four is Russell Josephat, Sebastian Shuttleworth in 6th place, Liam de Beer in 7th, Kian Pile in 8th, and Enzo Ngwane in the last position. It's lights on for the Bambinos, Heat 2. And the marshals are not happy with the start. I'm trying to gauge as to whether the Bambinos are aware about it, because I saw a flash of yellow lights there. And one of the Bambinos just spun out. I think that is Sebastian Shuttleworth, who went onto the curb and he lost his positioning. But yep, we have a race on our hands. And immediately a massive lead there established by Luke Aston Frail. Tentative start, it seemed, from the beginning, but things will be at full pace in no time. The battle between, looks like Roddy Harris and Alonso de Oliveira immediately at full pace. Definitely going to get something side by side between those two. Not too long from now, they seemed to eliminate that gap that Aston Ferreira had, because Alonso de Oliveira down the inside of Ferreira. Ferreira then has to defend profusely and also try to get his place back. But Roddy Harris is right behind him, and he may capitalize not too long from now, because you can see there's an opportunity. Sebastian Shuttleworth having to recover after spinning out on the curb. He was beached for not too long until the marshals helped him out. He's going to be a bit pissed with himself. The fastest man on the circuit so far is Alonso de Oliveira with a 1:02.09. And the time reflects his position as well, because he's got Aston Ferreira in tow. But Ferreira's immediate worry is defending from Roddy Harris. Ferreira going very tight and very narrow down inside there of the double left-hander before the home straight. And Harris is going to have to work very hard and brake as late as possible, but he opted not to. He had a look down the inside, but thought better of it, and is going to save his braking efforts for later. Russell Josephat leads the mid-pack in 4th place. Not too far behind him is Liam de Beer. And Kian Pile, as well as Enzo Ngwane, not too far behind them either. Ferreira, as well as Roddy compressing on the double right. Roddy having a look on the exit. Didn't look like Ferreira was too well positioned going out of the double right. And Roddy capitalizing on that. Harris now has to defend profusely. As for Hale, you can see right behind Roddy Harris, and you can literally feel back of his kart. Harris down the inside for Hale. On the outside, he's going to try a switch. Just come back out. Nope, not enough momentum to do the old switcheroo there. With Harris now constantly looking over his shoulder because for Hale is out for revenge. He needs to get his place back. He needs to get his second place back. Pretoria lost a bit of time going wide out on the exit of turn 2. He's going to have to recover that as soon as possible. Of course, this is an 8-lap race, and we're 3 laps across so far, to say 3.5 laps. Yeah, Pretoria definitely lost out coming out of the tunnel. He's going to need a couple of laps to recover that gap. In the meantime, Alonso de Oliveira in great form, setting the best lap most recently with a 59.8. Let's see. Oh, someone just spun out over the bridge. We're going to get that in frame in a moment. But de Oliveira still in the lead with a 59.8. Still his best lap, slightly slower recently. As you can see, the marshals have their flags out just to the right of your screens if you're joining us on the live stream. De Oliveira making his way down into turn 2 with Roddy Harris later than usual on the brakes there and closing that gap between the two of them. Four and a half laps into it, with 8 laps being the mark for the end of the race, and de Oliveira has officially dominated at least more than half of the race. For Hale, it's concerning the pace he has. He seems to be falling back slightly. He was keeping with de Oliveira and Harris earlier on, but now it's falling away. Something is not quite right there. He's going to have to adjust himself, adjust his line, and try and find pace somewhere else. In the meantime, someone finding pace is Roddy Harris down the inside of Oliveira. Again, doesn't want to go as late on the brakes. You could see his mark, his braking mark, rushing towards him, and decided that's a bit too late. Doesn't want to risk it. He might outbrake himself. And his discipline saved de Oliveira some work to do in defending there. Fingers crossed, I would bet for de Oliveira to push as hard as he can towards the end of this race, because Roddy Harris definitely does see an opportunity. Up the hill they're going. Harris seems to have closed the gap. You can see he's got a much tighter line going into the end of the left-hander and even out of the double right. Good run up the hill for Harris there. Definitely looks close enough to have a look down at turn 1, not at the last turn. It would be too risky there. Immediately goes side by side, de Oliveira and Harris now. Harris pulling out a lot earlier than usual, deciding better of going for a move there. I wonder if he's playing, do you think he's playing a mind game with de Oliveira? Telling him I'm here. See you at the final lap. We're not quite there yet, 6.5 laps through. As Bambino snake their way through turn 2 in the tunnel. That little kink going down into the tunnel contributes a lot of momentum. You have to make sure you're stable as possible going out of that section of track. De Oliveira has a lot of Harris to worry about now because he's a lot closer to him than he was going out of the double right from the last lap. And you can bet a whole lot that Harris is lining up a move going down into turn 1 immediately again. He wants to go side by side. You think he definitely has the grunt. Later breaks Harris and secures that first place. Well done, a clean overtaking move for him ahead of de Oliveira. 7.5 laps across for our race. Brilliant move, well done and well calculated. Harris took his time there. Sebastian Shuttleworth on a recovery job for him, ahead of Enzo Uhlengwane as well as Liam De Beer. Now de Oliveira thinking, where can I find that time? I have to get my place back. Harris looking behind him to see how bad the damage is or how good the gap is. doesn't seem like to be much of a gap. Alonso de Oliveira, you can see the chicken flag probably over his left shoulder and is trying to get back at Harris, but it's too late now because there it is, this chicken flag dropping for Heat 1. So Heat 2 rather of the Bambino class. In first place in number 1 is Roddy Harris, with both hands up in the air, celebrating. That was a bit tricky to do at full speed, but that was well raced from Roddy Harris, leaving it right up until the penultimate lap for him to secure first place ahead of Alonso de Oliveira. De Oliveira fought as much as he could, but there was nothing left. There was no time in it for him to get his own back. It was very well calculated by Harris there. In third place, Aston Verheil. He lost out early on in the race and couldn't quite recover to run with the front two. Caleb Lingerfeld in fourth place, Russell Josephat in fifth place, and Sebastian Shuttleworth falling away. Unfortunately for him, he spun out at the beginning of the race from lap 1 and couldn't quite recover. He tried his best and came back into a sixth place position. Liam De Beer in seventh, Enzo Ohlengwane in eighth, and Kian Pile wrapping up the field, but he of course pulled in and has to be recovered by the marshals out at the turn 2 section of the circuit. And that was Heat 2 for the Bambinos. We're going to wait a bit for Kian Pile to recover his kart and get back into the pits, and then we continue with our action for the day. We're resuming the DD2 phase of our race day. It's Heat 2 for the DD2s. Stay tuned. We're back underway with the DD2 class for Heat 2 for the day's racing. The order, of course, this time established by the fastest lap, the best lap that we saw from Heat 1. And that honor belongs to Jamie Smith with a 47.1 set in the previous lap. Brad Liebenberg was not too far behind him with a 41.8. And Sebastian Boyd, despite the fact that he fell back with the race in Heat 1, was able to produce a decent enough lap to earn him third place for the start of Heat 3. Nick Vastanis also fell away from some of the action early on, and the sort of racing and exchange that we saw early on in Heat 1, falling away into fourth place there. Karabo Malimela was quite impressive in his recovery and challenge for the front runners in fifth place. Jason Kutsia.
Liam? They must come here. Walk forward. In sixth position, kart number 63, Josephat Russell. Russell Josephat. Get on the podium. Just get on the podium, please. In fifth position, kart 33, Caleb Lingveld. Josephat, just give me that medal back. Here's your trophy. In fourth position, kart number 58, Sebastian Shuttleworth. In third position, kart number 46, Alonso de Oliveira. Hold on, boy. Onto the podium. In second position, kart number 40, Aston Verheul. Aston? Hold on, boy. And the winner for the day, kart number 23, Roddy Harris. Right, as Roddy gets on the podium, the top six again for the day. In sixth position, Russell Josephat. In fifth, Caleb Lingveld. In fourth, Sebastian Shuttleworth. Alonso de Oliveira in third, Aston Verheul second, and Roddy Harris, our winner for the day in the Bambinos. Well done, boys. Right, next we've got the DD2 Masters. DD2 Masters in third position, kart number 169, Jonathan Peterser. Guys, please make some space here. Just make some space here, please. Jonathan Peterser. In second position, kart number 161, Bjorn Ruas.
Jeff met de F. Op de genek. Met de gas op die podium. Linkerkant, rechterkant.
And the winner for the day, kart 137, Cristiano Morgado. No problem. You yeah? You yeah? Right, DD2 Masters again, the podium. Jonathan Petersen third, Bjorn Ruas second, and Cristiano Morgado taking the day in the DD2 Masters. We move on to the DD2s. DD2 in 6th position. Kart number 24, Nicholas Vostanis. In 5th position, we've got kart number 63, is Karabo Malamela. In 4th position, kart number 69, Sebastian Boyd. Guys, just make some space here, please. Where is Sebastian Boyd now? Where's Warren? They were... Right, in 3rd position then, we've got kart number 12, Bradley Liebenberg. Second position goes to Jason Kutsia. And the winner for the day, kart number 33, is Jamie Smith. Again, our podium in 6th position, kart number 24, Nicholas Vostanis. In 5th, Karabo Malamela. In 4th, Sebastian Boyd. In 3rd position, Brad Liebenberg. 2nd was Jason Kutsia. And the winner for the day, Jamie Smith. Well done, guys. Right, we're going to move on to the Micromax. In Micromax, in 6th position, we've got kart 627, Luan de Wet. In 5th position, kart number 689, Michael O'Mahony. In 4th position, kart number 646, Liam Wharton. In 3rd position, kart number 611, Adrian Stein. Second position, kart 624, Noah Cronier. And the winner for the day, kart 612, Matthew Shuttleworth. Right, as Matthew gets on to the top spot there, again, in 6th position, 627, Luan de Wet. 5th position, Michael O'Mahony. 4th, Liam Wharton. Adrian Stein in 3rd, Noah Cronier 2nd. And our champ for the day, Matthew Shuttleworth. Well done, boys. It was absolutely awesome racing throughout the day from the Micromaxes. Well done, guys. As we move on to Mini Max, where the racing was just as good, very close. In 6th position, kart 547, Durrell Goodman. Durrell Goodman. In 5th position, kart 588, Ruvan Maritz. In 4th position, kart number 525, Max Boshoff. In 3rd position, kart 522, Brody Dowling. Second position goes to kart 530, Tsepang Shesanwana. And the Minimax winner for the day, kart 565, Rafael de Souza. That's it. As Raf gets onto the podium, we've got our top competitors and the top 6. Durrell Goodman, Ruvan Maritz in 5th, Max Boshoff in 4th, Brody Dowling 3rd, Tsepang in 2nd, and Raf our champ for the day. Very good racing in the Mini-Max as well done, guys. As we then move on to the Junior Max category, in 6th position, we've got kart 486, and that's Georgia Leonards.
Well done, Georgia. Where do I stand? On the podium. You can just get on.
In 5th position, 477, Keegan Beaumont. In 4th position, kart 417, Gianna Pascal. In 3rd position, 457, Luke Hill.
Well done, Lucky.
Second spot on the podium goes to 484, and that's William Marshall. And our Junior Max winner for the day, 493, Keegan Martin.
Thank you, Uncle Jeff. Thank you so much.
Right, again, Junior Max in 6th position, 486, Georgia Leonards. 5th position, 477, Keegan Beaumont. Then we had 417, Gianna Pascal in 4th, Luke Hill in 3rd, William Marshall 2nd, and Keegan Martin, our champ for the day. Well done, guys and girls. And the final set of results for today would be our Senior Maxes. Senior Max is also fierce racing throughout the weekend. In 6th position, kart 257, Charles Michael Visser. In 5th position, kart 247, Roshan Goodman. In fourth position, 2:33, Mauro Deleuze. In third position, 296, Jono Wilson. In second position, 258, Ken Swartz. And the Senior Max winner for the day, car 299, Muhammad Wali. Right, as Muhammad joins the podium, again the top six in sixth position. It was Charles Michael Visser in fifth, Rashawn Goodman, Mauro Deleuze in fourth, Jono Wilson third, Ken Swart second, and the champ for the day, Muhammad Wali. Well done. Right, guys, that is it from the prize giving side. All our traveling competitors on such short notice making a turn to Zwartkops Raceway. Thank you very much. I think it was an awesome national event. To all our local competitors, guys, thanks for supporting your home national event. And to all the officials that officiated today and over the weekend, guys, without you it's not possible, so thank you for the time and the effort you put in as well.
When the sun goes down, the lights come on, and it's the driver's chance to shine.
The track under the lights looks really good.
Well, it's definitely a change of atmosphere. It's like everything's closer, so you just feel 10 times faster. Last night was a bit cooler, there's a humidity in the air.
I think the track loses a bit of grip, but the times are still pretty quick.
I mean, it's all some of the best drivers in the world, so everyone here should know how to adapt to that.
Yeah, well, it's very special because you don't do that normally, and I enjoyed it a lot.
I guess we feel a bit more like superstars at night time, I guess.